hello. I forgot to turn on my music. Let's turn on some music. Okay, and refresh. Where's my window? There we go. Alright. So, we'll finish this set review quickly. But today, I finally have a proper bed and bed frame again. I am so excited. I am curious to see how good a sleep I get. And yeah, well, that'll help me clean up this area a little bit more. Cleo is enjoying her little house, which she hasn't been able to do very well before because I didn't have a good spot for it. But now that this will just be like a couch again, she'll have a little bit more space for it. And I'm debating if I want to rearrange my like shelf and display setup over here. I'll have to consider that some more once I've finished adjusting stuff. I'm gonna put away some things and make sure I've got my shelf space maximized a little bit better, so I've got some proper usable space for when my family visits in the summer. I caught up to the latest Boys. Well, I didn't watch the second episode, just the first episode. And the last episode of Invincible, season 4, 5, whatever it is. But both are really good so far. Invincible, it's always a shame that the budget's as low as it is, because you can really tell they have to kind of push their budget to certain episodes for animation and effects and stuff, but they've done a fantastic job of rewriting it. As far as the Boys goes, I cannot get enough of their needle on like satirizing of the Trump regime. They're doing such a good job with it. Okay. So if I'm checking stuff out here, finish the bonus sheet, did the special guest stuff, and we'll go to the main set now, which I can scroll up here. I'll try to stick to the order of what's displayed on the website here, just because it's a little easier to figure stuff out. And that will mean reviewing the dragons first, which they are by far the most impactful things on the set. But since it's the starting ads, I'll take my time, have a cigarette, chat as I need to, and yeah, then we'll go for it. I got some drinks handy. Left my water over by the bed, which is now farther over there, so I have less of my stuff over here, but that also means more space to actually do things with, and I'm excited to be able to have some space to do exercises again properly for stream. As well, in a couple weeks, I'll switch over to a new data plan for my phone, and it should coincide with me being able to get a little bit more biking streams in, so I'm excited for that. All right. So for this limited set review, I will continue on from where I left off yesterday, and I'll cut these two together, probably right around here, because I did like an hour's worth yesterday, and then people were like, let's do some Commander, and I was like, all right. And that was the next 4 hours of the stream. So normally I would be going down through the colors first, but the dragons are set up as the leaders of the different houses on this magical school plane here. We're going to start off with Silverquill the Disputant. Each of these is an Elder Dragon that covers 2 colors, and they have abilities that are pretty synergistic with the color pairings that go with them here. And obviously they all do kind of pair up with another dragon in various ways. But these are super splashy, super bomby, and really good. Debatably so for limited. It's a little iffy depending on which one you're in. But Silver Quill I think is quite good. I think it's the cheapest. 4 mana, 7, 8, 5, 6. Yeah, cheapest one. So a 4/4 flying vigilance is really strong on its own. Here, let me go down and grab it. Way down there. And each instant and sorcery spell you cost has casualty 1. So you can sacrifice a token, essentially, to get a copy of that spell. And that obviously depends on how good your spells are. But Silverquill, the Disputant on his own, is easily like a B. I would push him a little further, higher, if you have good spells and token generators to copy stuff with. But even without that, he's going to be an evasive, aggressive, pretty easy to cast creature that will allow you to do some bonus stuff on top of that. So being able to swing in for 4 every turn and have a blocker is a really strong setup for it. And I like his thing easy enough. I'm probably going to give him a B+. Like, you might not always have an easy to sacrifice token, but doubling your removal or doubling your combat tricks to finish a guy off is very strong. So we'll go to Prismari, the Inspiration. It's a 7-drop, flying, ward, 5 life, 7/7. They always got to make the blue-red ones busted. So it's a 7-drop, 7/7 with flying, ward, 5 life, which is, to be honest, easier to pay than the mana. So you can still kill this with like a 1 mana removal. If it's like destroy target creature or something, you'll just have to eat a bit of life cost for it. The real problem with Prismari is it has Storm. So if you are able to cast either any amount of spells beforehand, they raise your Storm count. And when you cast an instant or sorcery, it copies that spell for each spell cast before it this turn, including spells other people have cast. So if you play a removal, they counter it, then you play a draw card, and then you play whatever, it's going to double it each time. It's really, 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 really good. But it is a 7 cost, and it doesn't have any particular triggers on its body, so you really have to kind of build into it. But any spell is going to become ridiculous with Prismari. So Prismari's base 7 mana is pretty easy to hit and limited, I'd say, especially if it's a little bit of a slower format. I'm going to call it an A- just because I don't think it's as easy to cast as I'd like it to be. And you still have to have some spells around when it hits the board to make use of it. But just on the cost value alone, it's a better creature than Silverquill. But that being said, Silverquill is really good. I think Silverquill is probably going to be the best one in limited. Witherbloom the Balancer, 8 mana, 6 and a black and a green. It's a legendary creature, Elder Dragon, 5/5 with affinity for creatures. So it really works well with the pest tokens that you can generate in the black-green, and that would allow you to cost it or cast it for much less. Flying and Death Touch, whatever. It's a little finicky almost. Innocent and sorcery spells you cast have affinity for creatures. This one's weird because it's almost better for the blue-green stuff that has all the X spells in it. But a lot of those you could probably splash pretty easily, so I don't think that's going to be a big problem to get some really good value for cheap out of some of those spells, especially if it's like a green X and you have 6 creatures on board. That it automatically is a 6 green without having to pay for the 6. So you can dump all your mana in it and get some really good value out of it. That being said, if you don't have any creatures, he's an 8-drop 5/5 with flying and Death Touch, which is hard to block, but all of these are hard to block. So it's the death touch almost feels unnecessary, but it fits black and green. So and I would say even more so, his spell stuff here, it might not be the kind you can really get a lot of advantage of, especially if you're having to cast this guy raw. And he's not as balanced stat wise as it comes to the other ones here. So I'm gonna put him at B. Actually, probably B minus, I think. No, Prismari is definitely an A. Silver Quill goes to A minus, I think. And this goes to B. This can't be anything worse than a B. It's a 5/5 flying death touch. It's really good. Lower hold the Historian. 5 mana, 3 red white. Legendary creature Elder Dragon. Flying and haste 5/5. And each instant sorcery card in your hand has Miracle 2. You may cast a card for its miracle cost when you draw it if it's the first card you drew that turn. So the first card you draw off the top of your deck, you essentially have to keep it separate for just long enough to know what it is, so you can announce that you're casting it for its miracle cost when you draw it. And that does allow you to kind of get around the timing a little bit on sorceries. And that is a pretty big cost reduction, but it depends again on what spells you have. That being said, on his face, a 5/5 flying haste for 5 is ridiculous. And then he also has, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. So he has an additional little bit of looting on him. But each opponent's upkeep is a weird one, so he has to survive long enough to get that there. But if you whiff and draw a land or something, you'll be able to pitch it and try to get another card available. But I'm very happy with a 5 mana 5/5 flying haste. That is a strong body. So lore hold, you're a little better than Witherbloom. You're not. Yeah, I don't like the miracle cost as much as I like Casualty or Storm. Those are both really good, and miracle is fun, but it's a lot more gambly without like managing your card draw a little bit more directly. Quandrix the Proof. It took me so long to figure out where this guy's face was. I thought he had like a sucker face on the side here, but no, that's his curly horn, and this is his like nose looking up here with like a underbite lip sticking out. So Quandrix the Proof is a 6 mana legendary creature Elder Dragon for 6 mana 6/6 legendary Elder Dragon. He has flying and trample, which is, I would say, debatably better. And he has Cascade, and instant sorcery spells you cast from your hand have Cascade. It's hard to judge which of these I like better, but a 6/6 for 6 is right on cue, but it is in green, so there is ramp. There is ways to get this out a little faster than normal, and Cascade is very strong, but it's not as good as Discover. Discover is undisputably better. So when you can't cast a Cascade spell, or you don't want to cast a Cascade spell, it's just exile. It's just gone. But when you get a Discover card, if you don't cast it, it goes to your hand. So there's a little bit of a minor difference there, because sometimes you'll get a Cascade spell that you can't cast, like Counterspell will just be unusable when you cast it off of a Cascade trigger. But Cascade does let you cast other things that aren't instant sorceries, but you could get an instant sorcery chain going too. Again, it depends on what stuff you pull. So if you open one of these, build to it. Make it work. But I think I'm going to put it slightly below Silver Quill. It's definitely better than Lore Hold. Maybe I... What's these back? No. Yeah, Lore Hold's a B. Quandrix is B+. The Cascade, I love gambling a little bit too much, I think. But yeah, Prismari is undisputably ridiculous. It's also got the best protection, but it does not have any combat abilities other than just being a huge 7/7 in the air. And instant and sorcery spells having Storm is crazy. Silver Quill, not as good as Storm, Not as good as Cascade normally, but in limited, specifically Casualty is really good. It's a lot easier to sack a chump blocker or a token, and your removal getting doubled is way more effective in limited when people don't have as many counter spells and the like to go with. So I think this is where I would stick these two. Prismari undisputably is the best with the Storm because it doesn't matter what spell you cast to add to that Storm count. Creatures, enchantments, artifacts, other instances and stuff will all add to the spell's count casted this turn to count up your Storm count. So yeah, any single draw spell or removal or anything at that becomes ridiculous when you get 3 or 4 copies of it. So Silver Quill's a little less good, but it being the cheapest of the cycle and having probably the easiest one to repeatably abuse, I think is very strong. Alright, so we'll go back over. We'll start with the white stuff. This, the Emeritus cycle, and I think another one as well, but these all have classic like power cards put on them. Ancestral Recall, Demonic Tutor, Lightning Bolt, Regrowth, and Swords to Plowshares. And these generally have repeatable Prepare stapled onto them. I don't know if I've talked about Prepare that much, but Prepared, in a lot of cases, this creature will enter Prepared, and then you can cast the spell attached to it for the spell's cost and at the spell's timing restrictions. And cards like this one, the Emeritus particularly, they have a way to re-prepare themselves. So this one, Emeritus of Truce, is a 3-mana, 3/3 cat cleric, 1 white. When this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. And if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. So if this is your only creature and your opponent has one, you give him the token, then this becomes prepared and you can instantly cast Swords to Plowshares and remove one of his creatures if you like, to neutralize it or save it for a more valuable spell. Swords to Plowshares, one of the strongest removal spells ever printed. It's a 1-mana instant. Exile target creature, its controller gains life equal to its power, which doesn't really matter a lot in a game. Like if the opponent gains some life, it does matter if they get a lot of life, but removing a 7/7 off the board and paying the 5 life for its ward cost is absolutely worth them gaining 7 life. That will keep you alive for several more turns to have this thing dead, kind of thing. So in that case, the Emeritus of Truth is amazing. As a 3/3 for 3, whatever. You could give yourself the token, especially if your opponent already has more creatures than you. So in that case, it's essentially 4/4 on 2 bodies. But having Swords to Plowshare on it and being able to re-prepare it and have that reliably available is ridiculous, I think. Also, it's one of the cheaper ones because, let's see, the blue one costs 5, the black one costs 4, the red one costs 2, and the green one costs 3. So roughly on the cheaper side. And I think this is something you'll happily play in this deck too, like especially if you have a Elder Dragon. You can sack that 1/1 token to get just 2 Swords to Plowshares out of it, which is crazy. I love it. I really like the prepare mechanic. I'm a little annoyed, I think, because there isn't as many ways to re-prepare things off of the creatures. And of course, the commons and uncommons, the weaker ones, don't have a way to re-prepare them on themselves. All the mythic ones do. I think some of the rare ones do, and then some of the other ones don't either. But we'll go to Restoration Seminar. This is one of the other mechanics they put here called Paradigm, which is like an old mechanic they had called Epic, which when you cast a spell with Epic, you get a really good effect, and then you cannot cast any other spells for the rest of the game, but you can cast this Epic spell every turn for free. So in a lot of cases, you were supposed to say, oh, it gives me a 5/5 token. I can't cast anything else, but I will get a 5/5 every turn kind of thing. And then you can hopefully win. But in more powerful games of Magic, especially outside of Limited, that is a downside for sure. Where being able to not cast multiple spells, you can easily have your creature chumped, you can have it removed, your epic spell could get countered, and then you're really just on the ropes. So epic is something that doesn't work out so well most of the time, but Paradigm still allows you to cast other spells. So it says, when this then exile this spell when you resolve Paradigm effect. After you first resolve a spell with this name, you may cast a copy of it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each of your first main phases. So every turn you get another copy of this. And comparably, these are more expensive than the epic versions, but their effects are still pretty good. But this does not hamper you from playing other spells later, which is really nice. So Restoration Seminar is a lesson, and it is 7 mana. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's a really expensive version of this effect. I'd say it's 2 to 4 more expensive than a general reanimator spell. But getting one back every turn means you can always block stuff in the most valuable ways and still trade your creature and get it back, as well as bringing back things that aren't creatures. So if you had a really good enchantment or really good artifact, you can bring those back too, as long as it isn't a land. So Restoration Seminar, I would say, is pretty good, but it is pretty expensive. So I think I'd only put it at like B minus. But if you're able to save up and pay for it, it's ridiculously strong, especially if you can get it ahead a little time. And as with a lot of other things, this isn't just copying the spell. This is copying it, and then you can cast that copy without paying for its mana cost. So there are things like Casualty that can double it, Storm that can double it, etc. So each of your spells having Storm or Affinity or something. Affinity doesn't really work with it, and that's another reason I didn't rate him nearly as high, despite Witherbloom being a little easier to, I would say, put on the battlefield. Does work with Cascade, however, too. So really big spell, almost guarantees you're going to be getting a hit out of your deck. We'll go down to Informed Inkrite. It's a 2-mana human wizard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, create a 1/1 white and black flag Inkling creature, and it is a 2/2 with vigilance. So vanilla test, it passes, I would say, solidly as like a C+. Where are you? Vigilant, whatever, or Informed Inkrite. Whoops. There we go. So I would give him at least C+ just for the base ability. Depends on how many things you get to cast that can trigger it, but getting flyers especially is really strong. They can chump block great. They're evasive, so getting a couple of these on the field, if you're able to get triggers on this guy like 2 or 3 times, you're going to be very happy. As well as the casualty things and other spells that care about your flyers and your tokens. I think this easily goes to B minus. Like it's very strong. It's not as strong as I'd like it to be because it does have to target a creature specifically. Luckily, that does cover removal, and it does cover buffs and flicker effects and all sorts of good things, but it doesn't cover enchantments or artifacts. It's instant or sorcery specific. So if you're in these guys, the what are they called? Silver Quill. There we go. If you're in the Silver Quill group, you absolutely want to get a lot of removal, flicker effects, and combat buffs. And why am I so yawny? Their thing in this set is this repartee ability, which is when you target an instant or sorcery on a creature. It doesn't always have to be your creature. Sometimes it does specify your creatures, but whenever you do something that targets a creature, you get a bonus effect out of it. And I think that's quite good because a lot of your limited sorcery and instances should be removal, combat tricks, revalue, flickers, and stuff. So Stirring Hope Singer is a 3-mana bird bard. It has 1/3 and flying and lifelink, and whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. This one I like a lot more. I would even go so as far to call this guy like a solid B. I don't know if I go quite to B plus, because if it was a 1/4, I probably would just by default, because it would block better, it'll survive damage better, and that just gives you more chances to trigger it. But getting a counter on your whole field, especially if you're dumping out a bunch of little 1/1s, is really, really, really strong. And also, lifelink is just nice. Blocks good, has good evasive, aggressive abilities when you're able to buff the whole field. And if you're able to do it multiple times in a turn, this thing is just going to win you a game really fast. If it was a little better costed for power toughness, I think I would have put it higher. But the effect is fantastic. Erode. So this is the best white removal spell they've printed in a long time. It's not Swords to Plowshares, and it's not Path to Exile, but it's pretty close. Erode says destroy target creature or planeswalker, and its controller may search the library for a basic land card on the battlefield tap and then exile. The biggest downside to this is it doesn't exile, but it does hit planeswalkers too, which is a narrow but relevant upside. And in limited, the later the game goes on, the better this becomes, because they're not going to really be happy about getting their 14th land or something. But early on, don't cast this turn 1 unless it's a really good tempo, because you're just going to put them ahead and it'll be very hard to catch up. But Erode is ridiculous. It is really good unconditional removal. It is not exile removal, but it is very strong. I would happily call it a B plus because the cost is so low. It's also an instant, which annoyingly white doesn't get a lot of lately. Practiced Offense is a 3-mana sorcery. Put a counter on each creature target player controls. Target creature of your choice gains double strike or lifelink until end of turn. Double strike's the better choice almost every single time here, but it has flashback too, and it's cheaper flashback, which is nice. So casting this on turn 3 to buff 2 of your creatures, giving one of them double strike or something, is pretty solid. And then a couple turns later, when you've got a couple more bodies in the field, getting this back is really good. But again, it gives your whole field an extra counter, which is pretty solid. And because it does target, it triggers both of those guys with repartee as well. I would consider it quite strong, but it's only a sorcery, so I'm only going to give it a C+, because I don't think this would be amazing as an instant. Just buff your field, either tricking in combat, giving something double strike or lifelink to have it survive. Alright, so we got Joined Researchers, which I think it's supposed to be the same people that are on the Secret Rendezvous art, so it's just kind of like an interesting reference. It's a 2-mana human cleric wizard, because it's both of them. 2/2 with first strike. That's pretty good. That's solidly C+ territory. At the beginning of each end step, if your opponent has more cards in hand than you, this card becomes prepared. And then you and target opponent each draw 3 cards. It's a friend card. Generally, Secret Rendezvous is good in multiplayer games because you're able to pick specific people to give those cards to. So you don't give it to the guy who has Storm, you give it to the guy who has creature spells or something like that that don't have instant speed, counters, or removal tied to them in a lot of ways. So 2/2 for 2 with first strike, C+, easy. Every now and then getting to do a Secret Rendezvous and draw cards. Save your mana to do it when you get the best advantage out of it. It is a sorcery, so you can't cast it during their turn, but you don't want to immediately do this on turn 3 and then like have no way to use those cards and give your opponent extra cards to start his turn off with. But it is quite good. I'm also going to call that a B-. Does not target a creature, so it doesn't trigger repartee though. But card advantage is card advantage, and it's repeatable, which is kind of nice. So, and the nice thing, the way its prepare works, I should say this too, is if you do save the mana to rendezvous on a turn where you can cast another spell, there's a good chance you'll have less cards in hand because you'll have cast some of those spells you drew already, and your opponent will still have the 3 extra cards plus his regular hand. So this could almost certainly instantly re-prepare that turn. The turn that you go off with, I should say. Antiquities on the Loose. 3 mana sorcery. Create 2 red and white spirit creature tokens, and spells cast from other than your hand, put a counter on each spirit you control. So for 3, you get 2 2/2s, and then if you flash it back for 6, you get 2 more 2 2/2s, 2 more 2 2s, and then your whole set of spirits would become 3 3s. It's not bad. It's quite good, actually. Normally, these effects cost 2, but they also don't have flashback, and they also don't have bonus effects on them. So being able to do this twice, I think, makes this a lot stronger than normal in my eyes. You are essentially paying 3 mana for 4 power. I don't think it goes above C+, but I like the costing amount for it. Like, this is pretty happy to play this on turn 3, and then 2 or 3 turns later being able to flash it back and buff your field if you have more spirits available is really nice. Harsh Annotation. It is a 2 mana instant. Destroy target creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 black and white inkling creature token with flying. Unconditional removal at 2. It's great. It's good. I don't give a shit if they get a 1/1. I'm usually going to be killing like a 7/7 dragon or something with it. It's great. It's just really, really good. It's not as good as Erode, but is a B. It's really good. Plain and simple, good 2 mana removal on white is shocking that they get it finally. Alright, NS Debate Monitor. He's a wheelchair guy with a hammer. 2 mana legendary creature, human cleric, 1/1. He's an uncommon. When NS enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So he's a flicker guy. At the beginning of end step, if 1 or more cards is put into exile this turn, put a counter on him. Cool. So he becomes a 2/2 and he flickers something. It's the bird from the Final Fantasy set, but doesn't have flash. So I'm happy to play it, and there's a lot of value you can get out of that. It does not trigger repartee, because that is an instant or sorcery specifically, not abilities, not enchantments, not artifacts, not creature stuff. But getting to flicker stuff can be really good if they lock your big guy down with like pacifism or something. You can flicker it out, bring it back. Notably, this guy does not target non-land permanent, so it is only creatures, which hopefully you have some ETB creatures that have some good effects on it. And he'll automatically put a counter on him if you have other effects that flicker, exile, or remove to exile. Regardless of whether they bring them back, he'll get some bonuses out of it. I don't think he goes that high low. I'd probably put him as a C. He's not totally flush on the vanilla test, like he's a 1/1 for 2. But if he survives to the end of the turn, he's going to be a 2/2 for 2. Plus a little bit of flicker. If he had flash or something, I think I would have bumped him up a little harder, but I don't think he's that good. Quillblade Laureate. 2 mana human cleric at uncommon, and it is a 1/1 with double strike, and it enters prepared. So it automatically is able to cast that sorcery that's attached to it afterwards. Twofold Intent. Sorcery. Target creature gets +1/+0. Gains double strike till end of turn. 2 mana 1/1 double strikers. They have had those a lot historically, and they're always kind of okay if you have a good way to give them counters or enchantments or weapons or something. Then they become really solid. Luckily, there are several ways to add counters to your creatures. And you could cast Twofold Intent on another creature and trigger repartee that way. Or you wait till you're untapped and this guy does not Summoning Sick, and then you can swing for 4. It's weird because a 2 mana 1/1 with double strike is absolutely a C plus. The twofold intent does make it a little better, but it's a sorcery, so it's a little slow. It's not something you can just whip on to like as a combat trick. Annoyingly, it would be really good if you could though. That would make this like a B minus for me. But this one's going to depend a lot on how your ability to put counters, enchantments, or equipment on the battlefield for him. Inkshape Demonstrator, 4 mana Elephant Cleric, at uncommon. It has a 3/4 with Ward 2. And it has Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. So let's say every turn cycle you do get to cast a thing. He's a 4/4 for 4 with lifelink and has Ward 2. That's pretty solid. It's not as good as I'd like though. If he was able to put that bonus onto any creature, I think it would be better for me. But I don't think I rate him higher than a C because I'd at least like his cost to be valued equally. Just because if you don't have that spell to cast, this guy is just a 4 mana 3/4 with Ward 2. It's okay. A little bit of protection never hurts, but it's not game changing as it is. Stand Up For Yourself is a 3 mana instant in white with just about unconditional removal. Destroy target creature with 3 power or greater. There's a black card that is exactly the same effect, and it was really good in that limited, and I think this is quite good here as well. Not unconditional, but I don't think it goes above C plus here. That there are going to be a lot of small tokens running around, and generally you don't want to kill them over the big dragon or whatever is coming out, but sometimes you may need to, and this just won't work. 3 mana is a little on the expensive side for it too, but it'll kill the big things, and that's important, so valuable. Summoned Dromedary is Camel, Spirit Camel, 4 mana 4/3 with Vigilance. That's better. If this Inkshape Demonstrator had that staple on it, I would have been pretty happy to put that a little higher. This one having Vigilance doesn't hurt it. It's not particularly exciting, but it is still like a little above average for its casting cost. And you can return it from your graveyard to your hand, which is really nice. So once it dies, whether you chump block it, trade it, they kill it, you can get it back. Pretty dope. I like that one a lot. So Summon Dromedary, I'm going to put C+. Daydream. 1 mana, white, sorcery. Exile target creature you control and then return that card to the battlefield with a character on it. It's a flicker card. Triggers Repartee. And if you flicker your own thing, it comes back bigger. And if you flicker your opponent's token, it doesn't come back at all. And it's got flashback. So pretty good. Pretty good. I wish it was an instant, but I'd still be pretty happy with it. All right, Daydream, C+. It would be B minus if it was an instant, but it's not, so oh well. Spirit Call Enthusiast, 3 mana cat cleric, and it is a 3/3. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, this becomes prepared. Cool. So it's a 3/3 for 3 with nothing, essentially. If you have an ability that makes a token enter, it becomes prepared, and then you can give 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 to unturn on its sorcery half, which is a really big buff, but it's a sorcery. So they see it coming, they can defend against it, they can remove it in response. There's a lot of unfortunate ways this can be dealt with, but a 3/3 for 3 is solid. Not entering prepared and not being able to prepare it reliably makes it a C for me, though. It could be better, and the sorcery, to be honest, is quite powerful. Especially if you have some flyers or a couple 1/1 tokens flying in the air. Turn them into 3/3s is a really good way to close out the game pretty fast, but it doesn't do any of those things on its own, so it's a little lower than I'd normally like to put it. Group Project. 2 mana sorcery. Create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. It's uncommon. It has flashback, and you can cast it with flashback by just tapping 3 untapped creatures, which is nice. I love alternate casting costs for flashback and repeat castings. A 2/2 for 2 is totally fine. This is like a C. The C plus does make it better, especially because it's not hard to do. This card turns on itself, and there's a good chance you have a couple creatures around. So I don't think it's going to be hard to do this. Pretty reliably. The unfortunate thing again is it is a sorcery still, so you still have to cast it at sorcery speed with your flashback. But I love the double use case out of it. Not enough to put it back up into C plus. If it was an instant, that would absolutely be a C plus. Okay, here's one of the interesting ones from this set: is Primary Research. 4 mana and a white. It's an enchantment with... I guess I'm yawning. When this enchantment enters, return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard with mana value 3 or less to the battlefield. At the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. So you pay 5, get a 3 mana creature or less, or non-land permanent back from your graveyard, and draw a card because something left your graveyard. The downside to this is that you don't get to do it repeatedly without flickering it. And so far, the only flicker we have is for creatures on Daydream. But there are other ways, obviously, to remove stuff from your graveyard with either flashback or reanimate style effects. So I think you'll probably trigger this often enough, but it's expensive too. 5 mana is a lot. If this was 2 mana or something, I would be pretty stoked on it. But 5 is hefty. I don't know if I would consider it good enough to go above C, but it at least replaces itself and gets you a body. I'm pretty happy with that on its own. So, Graduation Day. Enchantment. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, put a counter on target creature you control. This is the good stuff. 1 mana enchantment, drop it down turn 1. Every spell you cast that targets a creature will give you a bonus. It's not every creature. It's not as strong as that other one, but it is quite strong. And for other cast versions of things that you get to cast, will also get a buff from this. That being said, if you don't have any instant sorceries, this is terrible. And if you don't have anything ready to cast right away, it's just dead on the field. Doesn't gain you life, doesn't untap things, doesn't tap your opponent's stuff. So I think it's just C minus, but has good synergy with a lot of other spells when you can actually go off of them. So fingers crossed you have some spells that target your creatures, and you have some creatures that are worth putting the counters on. Yeah, I like these, but it's not enough. Soaring Stone Glider. 3 mana Elephant Cleric for a 4/3. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile 2 cards from your graveyard or pay 2. So you could pay this as a 5 mana Flying Vigilance, which is pretty good. As a 3 mana 4/3 Flying Vigilance, that's very good. So yeah, this triggers your leave the graveyard stuff, but yeah, 3 mana 4/3. I'm pretty high on that too. I would put that so far, say, as a B. Vigilance is nice, evasion is nice, and it's slightly better power than it is than most of those that tend to be on cost. A lot of 3 mana Flying Vigilance flyers are like a 1/3 or something, but this one is better than average. And exiling cards in your graveyard can work with your deck and the synergy, so I don't think it's a bad one. Johnny's Response. 5 mana instant, 4 and a white. This costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. So ideally, what they want you to do with this is when a creature gets tapped to attack, you can cast this for 2 mana to destroy target creature. 5 mana destroy target creature is still pretty good, though. I don't think that's a bad card at all. And in fact, I would probably put it at a B minus because I love the cost reduction going down to 2 and just being essentially kill an attacking creature, um, or a creature that was tapped through some other means, whether your own or theirs. Ascendant Dust Speaker, 5 mana Orc Cleric with flying, which is weird, and it's a 3/4. When this creature enters, put a counter on another target creature you control. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 card from a graveyard. So you can exile something from yours to trigger your own abilities, exile something from theirs so they can't flash back or get some value out of it that way, or not at all if you don't think there's anything worth doing in there. So 5 mana, flying, 3/4. It's like on cost. Buffing another creature, if you have a creature, is quite good. I don't think it goes above a C+, but I do like reliable turn after turn exile. That is a nice thing to have handy. Dig Site Inventory, 1 mana sorcery. If you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, it gains vigilance as and it has flashback of 1 white. This is going to be a key all-star for those repartee cards. Being able to buff your thing, give it vigilance, get this back a second time, either on the same turn or later on, is going to be really key. It's a real shame this is not an instant, but it is solid. +1/+1 counter, not bad. +1/+1 counter and vigilance, pretty good. Getting it twice, even better. So I would say C+, but no, I definitely can't put it C. It's got to be a C. Because, again, not an instant, ashamedly. Elite Interceptor, 1 mana human wizard, and she is a 1/2, and she enters prepared. Okay, so you pay 1, get a 1/2. That's not great. It's annoyingly statted that way. And then her attached sorcery is Rejoinder for 2. You may tap or untap target creature and draw a card. That'll let you get some attacks through. But this creature is not really worth attacking with. So, okay. But you can untap one of your own creatures post-combat. You can untap something or tap something that would be getting your opponent value, but you can't do it at instant speed, so you just draw a card a lot of the time. That's still fine. C-. 1 mana, 1/2 is better than average stats, but it's the wrong way around. Not that big of a fan of that one, but it is playable, I would say. Especially for repartee targets and things. Honorbound Page, 4 mana, 3/3 with first strike. That's pretty hot. I like that. That's a decent, solid stat line there. And this creature also enters prepared. It has Form's Favor, 1 mana sorcery. Target creature gets +1/+0 in flying till end of turn. That's a really good rate, and having this already makes this really fun. Because you can target itself and be a 4/3 flyer with first strike, which, okay, cool, great. But yeah, 4 mana, 3/3 first strike, still pretty good. First strike's one of the stronger combat abilities, so I don't mind paying 1 extra for that. I like that this first strike doesn't go away. They've recently been printing a lot of cards that say this creature has first strike during your turn, which is aggressive, but it does not allow you to defend as well, and it makes it immediately weaker on the defense side. So, but this one's pretty good. 4 mana is not that bad. 3/3 first strike is really good, and being able to buff something to get more effects out of it, I think is totally fine. Interjection. Target creature gets +2/+2 and first strike till end turn for 1. That's a really good combat buff. It's not a Jaggro, but it's pretty close, and first strike is really strong. No flashback though, so I'm gonna put it in C-, but that is a very strong combat trick. 1 mana common, +2/+2 and first strike. That'll punch a lot of damage through in a lot of cases. Owlin Historian, 3 mana bird cleric. It is a flying 2/3. When this creature enters, surveil 1, and whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard this turn, +1/+1 till end of turn. +1/+1 and not being a counter sucks. It's still pretty good because an early 3 mana flyer, being able to punch at 3/4 for a couple turns till they remove it or block it or whatever, I think is totally a valid, good, solid little creature. But you can see what I mean, where the more evasive or strong the ability is, the power and toughness starts to drop down a little bit. This is still C because of its ability to dodge. So I would probably... I don't think it goes above C. But Surveil's kind of nice. The extra buff per turn is nice if you're able to do it a couple times. Yeah, C is fine for now. Rehearsed Debater. 3 mana Jin Bard. It's a 3/3 with Vigilance. 3 mana, 3/3 with Vigilance is C or a little better. And it has Repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that spell targets a creature, this creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Yeah, it's a C, but I'd be happy to play it at its core values alone, and the Repartee triggers are just icing on the cake, essentially. So, Stone Docent. 2 mana, creature Spirit Chimera. It's a 3/1, and you can pay 1 to exile this card from your graveyard to gain 2 life and Surveil 1. Activate only as a sorcery. This one's a good one. 3/1 for 2 is great. And then it has a bonus effect when it's in the graveyard. I would call that very, very solid. I've got like hiccups now too. I would call that C+, because gaining some life, getting some card knowledge, and triggering all your things that care about a card leaving the graveyard, pretty good. And there are a few things that care about spirits specifically that have bonuses for that, so even better in the right set. Okay. Rapier Wit. 2 mana instant. Tap target creature. If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it. So it means cast it on your main phase, basically. You guys during your combat too, which is still fine. But using this as a way to block a blocker, or block an attacker from your opponent, is not going to be as valuable as putting a stun counter on it and locking it down for a whole another turn. But draw a card, plus stun something. It's a very blue card is what it is. But I do like it, and I would consider tempo a little higher than bad combat trick, or good combat trick even. So Eager Glyph Mage. 4 mana 3/3 cat cleric. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 black inkling creature token with flying. So essentially it's 4/4 for 4. But you have 1 mana flyer token out of it, so you get to go wide, you get a little bit of evasion. This thing on its own is still a 4 mana 3/3, so doesn't go higher than C, but it should be useful in a lot of things. Shattered Acolyte. 2 mana Dwarf Warlock. It is... I cannot stop yawning, good lord. 2/2 with lifelink. Pay 1, sacrifice this creature, destroy target artifact or enchant. There's no timing restriction on that. That's a great ability to have, and it is a C+. 2/2 for 2 with lifelink. Great. And also has a relevant ability that allows you to make use of it after the first couple turns have gone by. Really good. And that's all for the white spells solo. That being said, the main colors quite a bit shorter than the total gold colors, which all have, I think, 5 to 10 cards that fit each of the pairings. So there's essentially 5 whole more of these catalogs here. Here, let me just scroll up. The Emeritus of Ideation. I'm going to light a cigarette and crack another drink here before I fall asleep completely. I'm gonna wake up. Wake up, get the fuck out of bed. Okay. So this one got leaked a little bit early, and people were losing their shit because Ancestral Recall isn't supposed to be printed again. It's on the reprint list, so you can't do it. But this is not a reprint, and it's stapled to a different creature. That being said, this is a really good creature. 5 mana, 5/5 with flying and ward 2. Means it's evasive, it's beefy, it's on cost, and it's protected. It also enters prepared, so you can immediately draw 3 cards. Wow. Really, 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 really strong. So much so that I think I'd probably stick it to A+. 5 mana is not that hard to get to. It's beefy. It beats a bunch of the dragons head on. And then whenever this creature attacks, you may exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do this, this creature becomes prepared. That's a little harder to trigger. But 5 mana for 5/5. Sorry, 5 mana 5/5 with flying and ward 2, and then paying 1 to draw 3 cards is still a ridiculous rate. It is ridiculously good. And I'd be hard pressed to not say this is like the best creature in limited. We'll see if there's something better here, but I think that is very, very, very good. The re-preparing it is not as easy as some of the other ones because Ancestral Recall is nuts, and rightfully so. So if you cast this on turn 5, like right on curve, there's a good chance you've only got 1 or 2 cards in the graveyard, but you'll draw 3, you'll cast some more spells, maybe you've got a couple more by then, maybe you got a Evolving Wilds or Terramorphic Expanse or whatever's in this one. Maybe you even got lucky and got one of the like pseudo wheel type cards that's like discard your hand, draw 3 cards or whatever, and then maybe you filled it up already. This could immediately turn back on, but it's more likely this doesn't turn back on for 2 or 3 turns until you're able to exile 8 cards from your graveyard. But that being said, 5 mana 5/5 with flying for 5 with ward 2 and then pay 1 to draw 3 cards is really, really good. That's like a solid air beater for pretty cheap. We got Echo Casting Symposium, 6 mana sorcery lesson. This is the Paradigm spell for blue. Target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control. 6 mana for a copy spell. It's a little overcosted. Getting one for spring every turn is really crazy, especially if you've got a good non-legendary creature to copy and enter prepared every time. Really good. That being said, if you don't have a creature, if you don't have a valid thing to make a copy of, this can be given to your opponent, weirdly. You shouldn't do that, but still pretty good. I like getting another copy of my best creature every turn. Even if I'm assuming that's going to be just like a straight up 5/5 for 5 on the ground. Little easier to cast than the white one, but I don't know if I'd consider it better than the white one. I think it's in the B- territory. It's kind of the same kind of value, but this has the possibility of being much stronger in the long run. Because the white one requires you to have stuff in your graveyard. This just requires you to have something on the battlefield. Still, I'm not really stoked about playing a 6 mana sorcery. Yeah, I don't think it goes above B-, but it is better than the white one by a little bit. Mathemagics. This was one they spoiled quite early. It's got an equation on it. XX and blue for sorcery. Target player draws 2 exponent X cards. So 2 and a 0 equals 1. And then 2 and 1 equals 2. 2 and 2 equals 4. 2 and 3 equals 8. 2 and 4 equals 16. 2 and 5 equals 32, and so on. You're never casting this for 12 mana. You might cast it for 4 mana or 6 mana. Probably not for 8, though. But essentially, you draw cards equal to this 2 times 2 times 2 to get the next one. 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8. 2 times 2 is 4 times 2 is 8 times 2 is 16. Exponents. Do your times tables and your basic algebra and you'll be okay. But it labels all the most common casting costs out on it there. I don't think you're going to cast it for much more than that. But if you were playing blue, green, black and you got Witherbloom, this could be a really good card to draw your whole deck out. or your opponent's deck, because it does say target player. Casting this for 2 to draw 1 card is fine. Casting this to draw 2 cards at 4 is still a little undercosted. Casting it for 6 to draw 4, it's hard to call it good, but it's a decent draw spell, and there are some really goofy late game stuff to do. If you're able to storm off, for example, or casualty, you can get some really good use out of this. Actually, this one's just good in all of the main dragons, excluding Lorehold. Don't play this one in Lorehold, or don't cast it for Miracle with Lorehold, because you will only get it for 2. You will not get any X cost, so you're only going to draw 1 card off of it. But in all the other ones, you can copy it with Silverquill or Prismari. You can cascade with it on the other one. You get an automatic reduction in the cost for this one. So, if in Witherbloom. But yeah, it bad in Lorehold, pretty good in all the other 4. Skycoach Conductor, 3 mana bird pilot, 2/3, with flash, flying, and vigilance. And this creature enters prepared. And it has an instant that is exile target non-pilot creature you control, then return that card back to the battlefield under your control. It cannot be re-prepared manually. It has to have an additional effect outside of that. Redo it. 3 mana, 2/3. Yeah, I think the one I put in white, I think I put it in C. Here, let's see. Because it had like an effect that is a little harder to turn on. Yeah, there you go. When creature enters surveil, whenever more cards leave graveyard, blah, 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 blah. This is strictly leagues better. Flash, flying, and vigilance is very strong. You can attack, you can block, you can bring it in when you need to, and then it gives you a flicker ability on top of that. Is very good. Skycoach doesn't get the stats advantage, but it's got the board and ability advantage by far. Yeah, I'd probably even put it up to B-, because if you cast this with 4 mana, and then you could say block a 2/2 or 2/3 or something, and then instant cast, block another thing that you've thrown under a bus, and then flicker it out so it doesn't die during combat. Great. Flicker something else that has an ETB ability on it. Great. Flicker itself. Sorry, can't flicker itself. Can flicker non-pilot creatures, which I don't think there are that many of, but it's very good. Jadzi, Steward of Fate, 3 mana, 2/4 human wizard, and she enters prepared. And then when she enters, draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. Okay, so 3 mana, 2/4 is pretty good. That's above rate a little bit, and it loots 2. And then she's got Oracle's Gift, which is XX blue. Create X0 green and blue fractal creature tokens, then put X11 counters on each fractal you control. That's a ridiculously good ability. Obviously, casting for X is hard. More than 2 is going to become a bit of a pain. But being able to put 5 0/0s and put 5 tokens on it... Or sorry. That's not how that works. 2, 2, and blue would be 2 and 2. So you get 2 2/2s. That's probably the realistic limit on that. You might get 3 3 blue for 7. You might even get more, but 2 2/2s for 2 or for 5 on top of looting 2 and getting a 2/4 for 3 is above rate on every single one of those abilities. She's an easy B for me, I would say. Not having flying or anything, whatever. 3 mana, 2/4 is great, and then looting 2 on top of that is really solid too. So, Harmonized Trio, I like this one a lot. So it's a 1 mana, 1/1, tap 2 target creatures you control, untapped creatures, and this creature becomes prepared. Great, cool. So you have to tap 3 creatures total to prepare it. That gets the band together, and then it has Brainstorm stapled on it. Great. Brainstorm is not a great draw value, but it's like a fixing thing too, because you're essentially scrying 3 and drawing 1. So you draw 3 cards, but then you can put any 2 cards from your hand back on top of the library in any order. So if you have a bunch of like 5 drops and you draw 3 additional cards, you can put your 5 drops, put them back on top if you weren't going to be able to cast them. Yeah, Brainstorm is not strictly draw advantage because you put some back, but it does let you control your next turns very well. And in some cases, that's going to be very important. But a 1 mana 1/1 is nothing. it's C minus at best. 1 mana 1/1 with Brainstorm attached is pretty good. And tapping the creatures is not too hard to do because you can do it at instant speed. It's not limited to sorcery speed, but this does need to be not summoning 6. So it's a weird one to put, but I would easily put this in C, I think, because the ability's fairly easy to trigger, and Brainstorm is fairly strong. Mana Sculpt. It's mana drain, but cancelable mana. Cool. Counter target spell. If you control a wizard, add an amount of mana equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell at the beginning of your next main phase. Straight up cancel mana, or cancel mana. 3 mana for an instant counter target spell. That's pretty okay. In limited, it's not great, but it's totally playable. Being able to have a wizard, which is very, very likely in this set, to get 5 or 6 mana for the next turn is really, 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 really good. Not as good as Mana Drain, but really, really, really good. On the base level, the cancel mana, I would probably stick it in CC minus, but with the wizard, which is incredibly easy to turn on, I put this at B minus. So it's kind of floating between a couple of these tiers for me. Yeah, if you have the wizard, it's amazing. If you don't have the wizard, it's just okay. So let's settle on C+. That's a good mid-range for that. Blue has a lot of good 1-drops in this set. There's a lot of good 1-drops, period, in this set. So, Exhibition Tag Caller. 1 mana, 0/2, Djinn Wizard. Yeah, that's okay. That's like a CC minus. Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 3 cards. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, target player mills 10 instead. So there is an advantage for you doing this on yourself, for cards that care about things coming from your graveyard. But obviously, if you're able to cast a 5 mana spell 2 times in limited, there's a good chance you just mill them out. And this whole blue-red set is about Opus. They have that ability to cast 5 mana spells for extra value. So I would probably stick this in C+. I think that's a pretty easy one to enable. I don't remember how many other mill creatures are in this set. No, it's a C, but it's a C with a really high ceiling, I would say. Pensive Professor. 3 mana human wizard with some wild hair. 0/2 for 3 mana is bad. Increment, though, is kind of like Evolve, but for spells. So whenever you cast a spell, the amount spent to cast it is greater than this creature's power or toughness. Put a 1 counter on this creature. And whenever 1 or more counters are put on this creature, draw a card. So more than 0, easy. 1 mana, 2 mana, pretty easy. 3 mana, pretty easy. 4 mana, you're getting maybe to only a couple of those cards in your deck. 5 mana, I don't think you're going to have as many of those to cast, but like I said, there are a lot of X spells that are scalable. So if you're able to draw 2 cards off this guy, you're in a really solid spot. And then he's also a 2/4. It depends a lot on your deck, but drawing cards and getting more powerful is very solid and stable build. But as you've seen just from the white alone, there's a lot of good removal in this set, and that might be hard to keep alive past that, but if you can draw 2 cards off of it, he's done his work, and you have a pretty good little beater blocker there, and it could be even more depending on your ceiling. So Wisdom of Ages. 7 mana blue sorcery. Return all instant sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game, and then you exile Wisdom of the Ages. Cool. That's really hard to cast, and triple blue is really heavy. That's gonna be a C, D plus for me. But if you can do it, and it's near the end of the game, and you've got half your deck in the graveyard, being able to just reuse all your stuff again is really strong. And you've already got the mana to cast it for sure, unless you cheated this out with like Mana Sculpt or something. So, good card, hard to cast, probably not going to happen that often. I would not draft that highly, let's say. Homesickness, 6 mana instant. Target player draws 2 cards, tap 2 card creatures, and put a stand counter on each of them. That's expensive, but it is good tempo, and drawing cards helps that quite a bit. But it is pretty goddamn expensive. I think I'm putting it at a C because that is, I wouldn't call it game ending, but it is crippling in the right tempo. Say it's your turn 6, you swing with 2 creatures, they don't block them, they go on their turn, they untap, they cast a big creature or something. Before combat, you tap down the big creature and one of their other creatures, lock them down, refill your hand a little bit. Those guys are stunned for 2 full turn cycles after that. That's the big advantage of stun counters on instants, is that you cast them after they untap, and you're locking their deck down for 2 full turn cycles. Or at least the creature, I should say, not their whole deck. But the sorcery one in C, or in white, I think I put it in C. I might want to put it a little lower. But it was an instant speed with tap on it, and sorcery speed with tap, and that is poor, I would say. Still playable, yeah. If it's your turn, put a stun counter on it. So you have to play this on your turn, which makes the instant part of it much worse. But this one is really good. But again, it's expensive, so I can't put it higher than C. If it was cheaper, it would be very much higher. But Brush Off's pretty good too. 4 mana instant. This spell costs 1 and a blue less to cast if it targets an instant or sorcery spell. Counter target spell. So this is negate at 2, or slightly more expensive, counter anything else for 4. Negate's going to be strong in this set for sure. I would almost put it C plus actually, but this being a little more expensive for the other option does make it more flexible. I think it sits in C plus still, but I would pretty happily play this for 2, and there are definitely creatures that you would happily pay 4 to remove from the game essentially. So Encouraging Aviator, 3 mana bird wizard, and it's a 2/3 with flying. Whenever this creature attacks, it becomes prepared. Whoops, I went to the cards page specifically. That's really good. That, like I said, 3 mana, 2/3 with flying. It's in that C range. It doesn't enter prepared, but the spell is an instant, so you can have this attack, and it is prepared, and then you can immediately give target creature flying till end of turn. This will trigger repartee. It works good for your copies, works good for your casualties, your storm, etc. And 1 blue to give something flying is totally appropriate cost, and you can do this every turn with it. This one I feel like probably should have been a rare, but I think they did it for limited sake. So I'm going to put this into C plus because that loop feels pretty nice, being able to just give another creature flying, your best ground creature, to get over top of stuff. Good. It's good. Fractalize. Lizard Wizard Man. Professor Berta. Return your lizards to their natural size before class ends. We don't want another incident. Sorry. I just like the little frilled lizard there. So, X in a blue. Instant. Target creature till end of turn becomes a green-blue fractal with base power and toughness equal to X plus 1. Yeah, they do effects like this in every set, like a Dragon Eyes thing, where it's like 2 mana, it becomes a 4/4. Paying 4 in a blue to make your thing a 5/5 is very fair, but that's not that good. If you're able to copy this or storm it or reduce its casting costs with affinity or something better. Cascade is also solid. Terrible in the Warhorde deck. I don't think this is something you want to play a lot of, but you'll figure it out with your deck as you pull it. If you have things that get advantage for playing X spells, things that get advantage for Opus, that can become quite strong. But again, it's never essentially going to be more than what you pay it into. That being said, it doesn't remove your creature's abilities. It just makes it this creature type, and it changes the base power and toughness. So stuff like the Double Striker, wherever it is, I forgot what it was called. It's somewhere here. Somewhere here. Cool Blade Laureate. Turning that thing into a 5/5 is disgusting. It'll trigger Repartee and the other bonus effects, but I don't like it on its own. Like, ignoring the additional effects makes me not feel super great about this one. The one upside I can say with this is you can turn the opponent's creature into a 1/1 for 1 for a turn. That's pretty good. Depending on how you want to use it, it's definitely not a D+. Let's call it a C-. It's like a combat trick that could scale higher. And I think that's the thing with a lot of cards in this set, is that they start at this, but they can scale quite a bit higher depending on your setup. Divergent Equation, XX in a blue. Instant, return up to X instant or sorcery cards from your graveyard, and exile Divergent Equation. So 3 mana, get 1 thing back. 5 mana, get 2 things back. 7 mana, get 3 things back. It fits the Opus theme of hitting 5 mana, but I don't like casting it for 5 mana. I don't really particularly like casting it for 3 mana to get 1 thing back either, but 5 mana is kind of that sweet spot for it, so you can do it as you need to. D+. Doesn't do anything else. Doesn't draw your card or anything on top of that, even so if it whiffs somehow. Tester of the Tangential. 2 mana Djinn Wizard, 1/1 with increment, and you may be beginning of combat your turn, you may pay X. When you do, move X counters from this creature onto another creature. This one's a pretty interesting key card, because increment, again, if you have got a lot of 2-drops, you can put a counter on this. And then your turn, you can pay to move the counters onto a better creature or a flyer or something. And then the next 2 mana spell that will trigger this will still trigger it. So you got to know what you're in your deck and plan your turns appropriately. So I don't imagine this guy getting particularly big or useful, but it is nice to put those counters on something else later. Okay, so Tester of the Tangential, C-. 2 mana 2/2 or 2 mana 1/1 with nothing else yet is not that good, but there is a high ceiling on it. So yeah, it's hard evaluating all of these cards like that. Flow State, 2 mana sorcery. Go top 3 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand, rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If there's an instant or sorcerer card in your graveyard, put 2 of them in your hand and put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. That's a really good dig. In a lot of cases, this is going to be 2 mana, look at 3 cards, put 2 in your hand. Pretty good. Sorcery, yeah, whatever, it's okay. You could deal with it. There is a mechanic in the core set, the origin set, that I think it required 4 sorcery instants in your graveyard, which the effects were also not as good as they are in standard right now. But 1 in your graveyard is pretty easy, and putting 2 cards in your hand is really nice for 2 mana. It's really good. That's like almost unbeatable in rate. Fractal Anomaly, 1 mana instant, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, put X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. That's harder to do. Getting a 1/1 in most turns, not that good. But there are definitely turns where it could be bigger. That being said, I don't think they're happening in limited that often. So I think this starts at a C minus because a 1/1 for 1 is fine. Not good, not fine. Or sorry, not good, not bad. 1 mana for 2, better. 1 mana for 3, really good. 1 mana for 4 or 5, even better. If you've got things to care about tokens or counters, then this probably slides up a little bit for you, but without bonus effects going off at the same time, if you're just getting one, I think this is not that great. Orisa, Tide Choreographer, 5 mana Merfolk Bard for 2/2. This spell costs 3 or less to cast if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, and she draws 2 cards. So, with the cost reduction, this being a 2 mana 2/2 that draws 2 cards is really good. It's basically this. 5 mana 2/2 that draws 2 cards. Honestly, still playable. Honestly, still very playable. I would go so far as to put this into B. We'll call it C plus. If I'm taking it at the base rate, not assuming I have a bunch of creatures on the board already. But 5 mana 2/2 that draws 2 cards, I'm pretty happy playing that for 5. Paying it for 2 is real good. I'd be very, very happy to pay for that. Campus Composer, 4 mana Merfolk Bard, 3/4 with Ward 2. 4 mana, 3/4, little undercosted. Ward 2 is like every pip of Ward I would consider like half a mana cost. This creature enters prepared, and then you can cast Aqueous Area, 5 mana sorcery, to create a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying. That part's really good. And the word, I guess, is to keep him alive long enough to get it. Paying 5 mana to get a 3/3 flyer token is pretty solid, especially when that's additionally on top of the creature. But this creature itself is average, let's say. So Campus Composer, I'd call him a C. A 4 mana 3/4 with Ward 2 is a C. Aqueous Aria, being on him, I think makes him a lot more strong when you're able to curve into that really well, and it gives you a lot of power across 2 bodies, and some of it evasive and some of it defensive. It's really good design, I would say, but not incredibly powerful, just solid. Muse Seeker, 2 mana Elf Wizard, 1/2 with Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. Then discard a card unless 5 or more mana was spent to cast this spell. So every time you cast an instant sorcery, you loot. That's still pretty solid. And then if you cast 5, you just draw a card. No loot. Cool. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. I think drawing a card is valuable enough to put that into C+, and I think it'll be fairly easy to trigger at least the base loot, if not the whole 5. But it's not that much better than that. Matter Bending Mage, 3 mana 2/2 human wizard. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand, and whenever you cast a spell with X this mana turn, this creature can't be blocked. It's Mana War. 3 mana 2/2 bounce a creature to its hand. Great. Very solid limited tempo. But giving it an extra little buff on top to make it unblockable if you cast an X spell. There's a lot of X spells you can cast for essentially 0 and be still decent with, so yeah, cool. I like it a lot. Matter Bending Mage, C+. That being said, you need X spells to trigger that part, so if you need to kind of make sure you get both. But I'd still be totally happy paying this as a 3 mana 2/2 that bounces my opponent's creature and like tempos them really good. Chase Inspiration, 1 mana instant. Target creature you control gets +3 and O and gains hexproof till end of turn. The 1 mana hexproof spell in every single set so far. C-. There is the one card we've seen so far that does care about toughness, which this could be useful, but I'd rather save it for blocking a removal spell or something. So, Essence Scatter, counter target creature spell, always very solid, especially in limited. That card is just straight removal. I'd call it B minus. That's pretty cool art too. I like it. Hydro Channeler, 2 mana, 1/3 Merfolk Wizard. Tap to add blue. Spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell, or pay 1 and add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana to only cast an instant or sorcery color. Cool. That's a pretty good little mana dork, but it only works for mana or instant sorceries. At best, it's a 2 mana 1/3, which is kind of floating right between there. I like that it's a mana dork though, so I'm gonna call it a C. Mana filtering one, not bad. I wish it just added, but that's still acceptable in a lot of cases. Landscape Painter, I do really like the painting magic aspect of these guys. Landscape Painter is a 2 mana Merfolk Wizard, and it's 2/1, and it enters prepared. Cool. That's good. That's good. This is whatever. It doesn't matter. Pay 5 mana, draw 2 cards. Yeah, it's a nice way to give this some value once it's been outclassed in a couple turns. 2 mana, 2/1, not incredibly exciting, but the vibrant idea being attached to it does push it up a bit for me. So they made Divination an instant. Quick Study is just 3 mana, draw 2 cards. Fantastic. That is the best version of that. I would absolutely call it C, B minus, I would say. Red Behind, 4 mana instant. This costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. Target creature puts its owner on top of their library or bottom of their library. 3 mana for that effect is great. You can save your own thing if you really need to. That for 4, but just tempoing them, putting their biggest creature on top of their library again, assuming it's something good enough that they want to recast it, is just solid. And 3 mana is good value for that. I would put that at C+. Spellbook Seeker, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer, enters prepared. 4 mana, 3/3 flying. That's about C+ range, like on rate. Careful Study is draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards for 1. That's pretty good. Again, more draw cards, more loot. Where is he? Spellbook Seeker. Yeah, I'll put him at C+. I let the drawing card staple onto these is nice. And I like that it's separated a little bit so it doesn't cost you a lot of extra mana to do it. Textbook Tabulator, 3 mana Frog Wizard, 0/3 with increment. 3 mana 0/3 is bad. 3 mana 0/3 with Surveil 2 is still bad. 3 mana 0/3 with Surveil 2 and increment is fine. It doesn't fly, it doesn't have evasion, doesn't draw cards, doesn't give you mana dorking stuff. I'm not actually that sold on this one, but increment can definitely get you there, and you can control and fix the next turns with your Surveil 2. I don't think it's better than C- though. Like, you play it if you have to. If you need some more draw control or you want something else to get triggered on increment, okay. I don't think it's that good. I wouldn't play that too often if I had the choice. Muse's Encouragement, 5 mana instant, create a 3/3 blue and red elemental token with flying, and Surveil 2. 5 mana for a 3/3. When it was stapled on a creature, who had that? Where is it? That's pretty good. On its own, not that great, but it's okay. Surveil 2 is stapled onto this. Having an instant is nice. There's a lot of like blocks you can do with that. I'd put this at C+, I think. Casting it on their combat, blocking something small, and then you have a flyer ready to swing, and you've also fixed your next draw to something you actually want. It's a solid card. It's not that good. I almost wish this had flashback rather than surveil to match up to that blue robot sorcery from Final Fantasy, where it's 4 mana, make a 3/3, and then when you flash it back, you make a 3/3 but put 2 counters on it. That thing was amazing for the flashback and big mana spells. But they only cared about 4 mana. This one cares about 5, which I think is significantly harder to hit reliably than 4. Okay, Deluge Virtuoso. 3 mana, 2/2 human wizard. I'm smoking a lot, but I'm also talking a lot. When this creature enters, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. That's just about as good as a bounce. Doesn't have flash though, so you're only getting 1 turn cycle off with it, unfortunately. And whenever you cast an sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. It's got prowess essentially. If you paid 5 mana, you get +2/+2. Okay. +1/+1 makes it vanilla. I do like the tap and stun counter. Although I almost prefer bounce to that because that makes them have to recast it, and they still can't cast it or can't attack with it for a whole nother turn cycle. So in that case, run behind is much better. Matter Betting Mage is much better. This I don't think goes more than C, but it's still pretty good. Pretty good. Because there is an odd chance that you go opt, and then this thing swings in for 5 or something. Yeah. Doesn't get much better than that, though. It does scale pretty nice if you're casting spells reliably, but not that much better. Banishing Betrayal. 2 mana, instant return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand and surveil 1. That's pretty good. It's not the 1 mana bounce, but 2 mana bounce is pretty solid. And this hits everything that isn't a land. And you get to fix a little bit on top of that. So this, I'd probably call that a B-, actually. I think that's quite solid. Oh, they got a Planeswalker and they did one thing and discarded some cards. Put it back to his hand. They get to do it again later, but they have to recast it again. Procrastinate, another X spell. Tap target creature, put twice X stun counters on it. So this one is a sorcery, which sucks for that. But it's only a single X, so you can pay 3 for this. And then you put 4 stun counters on it, which can lock it down forever. Casting this for 4 or 5 total, like if you're like 4X and blue, that's the rest of the goddamn game. That thing is not untapping. This one is a weird one, and I think it scales really well, and there's obviously a lot of things that care about it, so I'm going to put it into C+. Could be worse, but that's a really good scalable blue removal, to be honest. So okay, into the black spells, and starting off with the Emeritus of Woe. 4 mana, Vampire Warlock, 5/4, and just prepared. 4 mana, 5/4 is below rate. It's good. Or say above rate. You're paying 4 for 5/4. That's strictly 1 power better than nothing. At the beginning of the end step, if 2 or more creatures die this turn, this card becomes prepared. That's hard to organize without sacrifice effects. But not that hard to trigger. That's swinging with 4 things in combat, 2 of them die. Cast a removal, sacrifice a thing, do any number of things, sacrifice some tokens, whatever. And then you can cast Demonic Tutor. Search a card for library, put a card in your hand, and shuffle. That's probably one of the best tutors around ever. There's debatably better ones in certain cases, but this is just any card at sorcery speed, not any speed. This one's hard because it is above rate. It's at minimum a C+, but it doesn't have any bonuses to its effects or anything. Demonic Tutor is quite good though, and I don't think it's that hard to prepare again. I think I'm sticking it at B- here. I think the Emeritus of Truth with the removal and this one with Ancestral Recall on a really strong evasive body are hands down better, but this is still solid. And if you can Demonic Tutor 2 or 3 times, you should be winning the game at that point. You're able to pick whatever the hell you want to do. Decorum Dissertation. This is the one I didn't like that much. I can see where it's much more useful in like a commander game or something. Target player draws 2 cards, lose 2 life. You get Sign of Blood every turn, which can be bad. If you're struggling on life, this is dangerous. Paying 5 mana for Sign of Blood is bad. Getting a Sign of Blood for free every turn is pretty good, but you're rapidly going to suck your own life force away. And drawing 2 cards is not enough to, I would say, really reliably mill somebody down. That's 20 turns. Or like probably more likely 15 turns by the time you actually get to cast this, to either drain them or kill them. So this one's hard. If you can cast it right on curve and you haven't lost that much life, I think it becomes much better. But as a 5 mana Sign of Blood, I probably wouldn't play it that often. But if you haven't lost that much life and you get to do it turn 6, turn 7, turn 8, it's pretty good, but you're going to put yourself in danger really quickly with it. Ral Zarek, guest lecturer. This is alternate Ral from a different universe. It is not the Ral Zarek we know. This is Reality Fracture Ral, I'm assuming it's going to be. 3 mana Planeswalker. Those are really strong. It's got 4 abilities. But his abilities kind of suck. +1, Surveil 2. Look at the top 2 cards. Put 1 either back on top or in the graveyard. Okay, not bad. Not particularly useful. Any number of target players each discard a card. Really good in Commander. Pretty good in 2-Headed Giant. Less good in 1-on-1, but you can always just choose the opponent. -2. You can also choose yourself if you have cards you want to bring back from the graveyard. -2 is return target creature card from the graveyard, mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That part's a little rough. Turning a card with mana value 3 or less is debatably not that valuable, and putting 2 of his 3 loyalty to that is rough. So he isn't able to protect himself the normal way Planeswalker would. He's also not able to remove threats the way a normal Planeswalker would. Surveil is not card advantage either. It's just like all of his effects are kind of rough, but there is solid stuff to build around him in this set, I think. Don't even consider his -7. But if you get to do it, flip 5 coins, target opponent skips their next X turns, where X is the next number of coins that came up head. It's target opponent, so it doesn't work in multiplayer games very well. But turning a guy off for up to 5 turns feels really hilarious, like you should win. But there's also a chance they just skip nothing and your Ral wasted 7 loyalty on that after you spent 4 turns putting him up and protecting him and keeping him alive. He's cheap because he's bad. It's not Liliana of the Veil by any means. But he is also a Planeswalker and a 3 mana one at that, so it could be quite strong if you built around him properly. But I don't really like him. I don't think he's that good, so he's only sitting in C+. Withering Curse, 3 mana sorcery. All creatures get -2 till end of turn. Infusion, if you gain life, destroy all creatures instead. That's a spicy, fun board wipe. -2/-2 at turn 3 will probably kill most things on the board. Drawing this turn 6 or something, it's not as good, but maybe you've got some pests, maybe you've got a lifelink trigger, maybe you've just got a food, and you're able to destroy all creatures. Great. That's a really good board wipe. I like that it's flexible. It is a little squishy on the front half, but it is quite good too. I would put that in a solid B tier for me. Also, this guy, Mosio, Vane's New Dean, is a freaky bird skeleton warlock. That's the first like non-human skeleton we've seen in a lot of things. There's like horses sometimes, but bird skeleton man is kind of cool looking. 3 mana legendary bird skeleton warlock with flying, and it is a 2/1. 3 mana flying 2/1. Not great, but not bad. Not great. When he enters, create a 1/1 black and green pest token creature with when this creature attacks. Oh, those are different. Okay. Normally, I think if they had it when they die, they gain a life, but when this pest attacks, you gain a life. Interesting. And it has infusion at the beginning of your end step. If you gain life this turn, return up to one target creature card with mana value X or less, which is X of the amount of life you gain this turn. This is his fucking ability, but better in almost every way. You've hopefully got some ways to enable lifelink, because an evasive creature that is able to return stuff constantly is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Luckily, he's only got 1 toughness, so you can kill him pretty easily. I think he's the equivalent of a 3 mana 3/2 flyer. 3. That plus the pest being split up, plus the ability to return some stuff to from the graveyard to the battlefield is pretty good. He was a little tougher, like a 2/3 or a 3/2 or a 3/1 even. I would have probably put him right into B-. But I think he's a little squishy, so he's hard to reliably keep alive long enough to do that. Or to set up doing lifelink trigger stuff on him. Pox Plague, another in the Pox cycle. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Pox, I think. So each player loses half their life, they discards half the cards in hand, sacrifices half the permanents they control, and round down each time. 5 black is ridiculously hard to cast in limited. And without the bonuses that you know you'd be able to do, this could be bad. I don't think it's going to be really solid and limited. That's really, really hard to cast too, so C-. Hoping you have some ways to like reanimate or get value from creatures dying, and then that becomes a little better. Like gaining some life back, getting tokens made or something. Like, okay. That's a freaky art, actually. I don't like the dead face. Yeah. Postmortem Professor, 2 mana zombie warlock, and it is a 2/2 and it can't block. 2 mana 2/2 that can't block is not great. Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. That's pretty good. It's aggressive, drains life each turn, and then you can pay to exile a sorcery card from your graveyard to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. It's a 2 mana, it's a 2/2, it makes a life swing of 2, and you can pay 2 to get it back. It's a good sacrifice target. It's a good replayable body. Can't block sucks a bit though. Definitely hurts it in the long game. But I would be pretty happy to play that, I think, most times. Tragedy Feaster. This one was a good one. 4 mana demon, and it's a 7/6 with trample. That's really good. Ward discard a card. So if they do not have the cards in hand to discard when they target removal on this thing, or bounce or something, it just fizzles. Great. And at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a permanent unless you gained life this turn. So this really wants to have pests around to support it. Otherwise, you sack a token or a land or something. But 7/6 is hard to fight off straight up 4 mana. That's pretty good. I like that one a lot. I'm going to put that into B-. That's a nice aggressive big body with trample and a little bit of protection. Scheming Silvertongue. 2 mana, 1/3 vampire warlock with flying and lifelink. Really weird set of stats to it. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gain 2 or more life this turn, this creature becomes prepared. She cannot turn herself on unless you give her a counter or an enchantment or something. But there's pests, there's combat buffs, and she's got lifelink attached, so not hard to do. And she's got Sign and Blood stapled onto her. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. So like Decorum Dissertation, this just has that on there, and it's cheaper to cast it once. But if you're able to give her a counter, this is like strictly the better one because you gain back the life you lost when you did it. Um, yeah, I don't like Decorum Dissertation that much, but I do quite like this one. Scheming Silver Tongue. This is a really good one that wants to be played with white, I would say, to get those counters. I'm going to put her actually a little higher because I like repeatable card draw. And there's a good chance she gains back more life than she loses if you're able to buff her. Grave Researcher. 3 mana, Troll Warlock, and it is a 3/3. It does not have any other relevant ability on it, but at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. And then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, this creature becomes prepared. That's not that hard to do, and the surveil does help it get there, but it takes a full turn cycle from when it hits the board. And it has Reanimate Stable on it, which is amazing. That is a very good card to have when you're able to pitch your top deck 6/6 into the graveyard and get it back for 1 mana. Put target creature card from a graveyard on the battlefield under your control. You lose life equal to that card's mana value. It also does not specify your graveyard. If you're able to make the opponent discard their Prismari, you can pay 7 life to get it on your side of the battlefield, which is really good. 3/3 for 3, great. Reanimate Stable to it, really good. If it's a 3/3 for 3 that just surveils one a couple times, I'm still okay with that. I think I still put that at C+, but the Reanimate possibility to me being pretty easy to do really kind of sneaks that up into B- territory for me. This one I quite liked. I don't think she's going to be pretty crazy in the set, but 3 mana, 2/2 Vampire Druid with Death Touch. Okay, it's pretty good. It's below rate, or sorry, above rate, so it's, no, below rate. Yeah, you're paying a little bit more for a 2/2, but Death Touch is strong, which means it'll trade with just about anything, whether it's attacking or blocking. And whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. 4 life is a huge swing. That's a really big swing. And if you've got pests, then they die during combat because they just get thrown out of the bus. You're gaining a life, and then there's going to be a 4 life difference added to your guys' life totals. Gaining 2 life is not that big. Them losing 2 life is not that big. But when you put them together, it goes, instead of this or this, it goes, and that is a strong, reliable way to do that. Having 10 pests die is not that hard, especially if you board wipe or something. Like, this is not whenever a creature or 1 or more creatures you control die, it's every creatures you control. So if you have a bunch of pests or cheap guys like 2/1s or 3/1s or 1/3s or 2/3s, and then you board wipe, you could just end the game. This card, I like it a lot, and it is very good outside of this set too. Probably not in standard, because standard is kind of ridiculous right now. But where is she? Arnin. Deathbloom Botanist. She is a B- for me. She is very good, I think. And I think in this set is going to be pretty strong as well. There's going to be a lot of cases where you're able to just put some dudes out and her and then just wipe the board. One thing I should say, if you do, where is it? No, Withering Curse. Those creatures will have 0 power and 0 toughness. They should all trigger. That's a good one. I like it. I like that a lot. Poisoner's Apprentice, 3 mana Orc Warlock, and it is a 2/2. And it has Infusion. When this creature enters, target creature and opponent controls get -4/-4 to unturn if you gain life this turn. So again, if you've got some pests, if they've swung, gained you at least 1 life, this thing can come down and kill something. That's pretty good. It's Chupacabra kind of vibes, although that just had destroy target creature, but this is also cheaper, so Poisoner's Apprentice, you're C+, because sometimes you won't get to turn that on, and then it's just a 3 mana 2/2, which is not good. But I don't think it's going to be too terribly hard to get 1 life every other turn or so, and then just throw him out when it's necessary. Foolish Fate, 3 mana instant, destroy target creature. It's murder but better. And if you gain life this turn, target creature's controller loses 3 life. Cool. So if you gain pest life, They also lose life and add 4 mana swing on it again, which is pretty good. Also, yeah, this is just murder, but not double black, which is totally playable. Foolish Fate, B minus. It's kind of weird because I didn't like a lot of the mythic and rare blacks, but I'm liking the uncommon ones a lot. So, Eternal Student. That's sad. 4 mana, zombie warlock, and it's a 4/2. Interesting. And then if you pay 2 mana to exile this card from your graveyard, create 2 white and black flying inkling tokens. That's really good, actually, because you kind of want her to die and trade with something. And then you get 2 flyers and 2 more bodies. Like, that's good value here. 4 mana 4/2 is fine. But the extra icing of putting more bodies on there makes her sing quite well, I think. So Eternal Student is C+. She was entering her 50th year of the graduate study with no signs of stopping. I feel bad for getting stuck in school for that long. That being said, if I had infinite money, I'd probably still be in school. I'd be learning chemistry and physics and all sorts of things. Dissection practice. Jesus. This art looks bizarre compared to the rest of the art so far, but it is like poppy and cartoony in a funny way. 1 mana instant. Target opponent loses a life, you gain a life. Up to 1 target creature gets +1 and +1 on the turn. Up to 1 target creature gets -1 to -1 on the turn. This is a whole bunch of 1 mana spells all stapled together. It's not that crazy, but +1 +1 -1 -1 again. Just getting one of them is not that much usually, and it might not be enough to trade in combat, but 2 of them together will do good, and it triggers your life gain. And it's all like swings, and you can spread this out across a bunch of creatures or opponents. It's going to be really good in 1v1 in wide combat situations with a bunch of tokens and stuff. Less good. Why are these all out of order? It's weird. Less good in like 2-headed giant or something, but C, because I like that it does a lot of things for 1 mana. End the hunt. Target player exile or opponent exiles a creature or planeswalker they control with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. I've talked to my buddies, and I think this is the best edict they've printed so far. Because generally, it's going to kill the best creature they have on the board, including planeswalkers. For 2 mana, it's really good. And also, you don't have to activate it. It's just one person loses their biggest creature. That being said, they could cheat it in, and their biggest creature could be a 6/6 token. And then they also have like a 1 mana 1/1 on the field, which case you're not going to hit the big one. But generally, the most mana value among creatures and planeswalkers is going to be one of their best ones. So, End the Hunt, I think, is quite good. Unfortunately, they can sack tokens if they don't have better value stuff out there. But if they've only got tokens on the field, this is just removal at that point. So, but they get to choose then. So, I still think it's going to be generally the best of the edicts. And I generally am pretty happy with edicts, especially if they're cheap enough that I can cast them like right on curve of turn 1 or turn 2, or turn 3 or turn 4, where they're putting down a creature, you're killing a creature. They put down another creature, you kill another creature. It doesn't go too much higher because, like I said, there's a lot of shenanigans that can happen with this, but in a lot of cases, they're 7/7 dragon. This won't have to play the ward cost. They'll just have to sacrifice the Prismari instead. Arcane Omens. The archaics in this set look fucking evil compared to the last time. 5 mana, Converge. Oh yeah, this is something that has only come up a couple times so far in the set. Target player discards X cards, where X is the number of colors to cast this spell. 5 mana, discard maybe 2 cards is fucking terrible. 5 mana, discard 5 cards at least on turn 5 is still pretty bad. They might not have any cards in hand at that point. I call this a D+, because if you're in the 5 mana color deck, you probably just want more Converge spells. And there is enough card draw that this could be good and played at a key moment to discard their hand kind of thing. But Yeah, it's bad. If you're in a mono black deck, this is terrible. If you're in a 2-color deck, this is pretty goddamn bad. If you're in a 3-color deck, it's acceptable then. And 4 and 5-color decks, that's when it starts to really be okay. But it's just not good. It's really bad. If this was like a 3-mana spell that let you do the same thing, I think I would like it a lot more. Discard 3 cards for 3 mana as a spell is good. But like, because they wanted to maximize Converge, it's just not good. And I don't really think it's... You're not really happy making somebody discard their cards. If it was each opponent discarded cards, I could be okay with it. Target player is not good. Forum Necroscribe, 6 mana troll warlock. It's got 5/4 and ward. Discard a card. A 6 mana 5/4 with ward is pretty okay. And he's got repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell targets a creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. This thing is pretty beefy, got some protection, and rewards you for removal by bringing something back from your graveyard. That part is really crazy. 6 mana, okay. 5/4, little below right there. And then ward, discard a card. Depending on the state of the game, if you've been just dumping every spell out, they could have no cards in hand, and they wouldn't be able to target it properly. Or, annoyingly, if you curve out from this to this, you could have emptied their hand. But, like I said, Arcane Omens is bad. For Necroscribe is pretty good. I'd be pretty happy to get a 6 mana 5/4 with discard a card for ward. I'd be happier with Death Touch or Vigilance or something, but I don't think that's too hard to trigger the repartee. If you know you're going to play this and you've discarded something nice, keep a cheap removal or something around available to use it. Forum Necroscribe, C+-ish. It's got a nice high ceiling on it. There could be a lot of fun things you can do with that. Oh yeah, this one is neat. It's like a weird hot teacher. 1 mana human warlock. It's a 1/1, and it's a spell slinger. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, put a counter on this creature. It's a spell slinger in black, which is odd, but Milfy teacher can do well. Lecturing Scorn Mage. It starts at a C-, because a 1/1 for 1 is not that good. Whoops. But this is one of the ones that will climb pretty well, especially if you're solidly in black with a lot of removal and good combat tricks. I think you can pretty easily put this up faster and faster than you expect. So I think I'm going to stick it into C, because they also might not target this one immediately compared to any of your other 2/3s or 3/1s or whatever. So this might slip by, and you can just kind of build it up over a couple turns. But I'm not hot on it being a 1/1 for 1, so don't play it in like your creature heavy deck. Play it in your spell heavy deck. Leech Collector. That just looks like a photo of a lady, which is really funny considering the context and the disgusting leech she has in her hand. 2 mana human warlock with 2/2, and whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, this creature becomes prepared. It does not do a drain swing, but it does just have opponent loses 2 life on it. So if you have pests or other ways to reliably gain life, this is an extra 2 life every turn. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think I solidly stick that in C+. If you have many pests, way better. If you've got that evasive lifelinker, way better. Every single turn, just paying 1 black to have a each opponent loses life is pretty okay. It's a good clock. It'll rapidly speed that up. Rabbit Attack. 2 mana instant. Until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control each get +1/0, +1, and +0 gain when this creature dies. Draw a card. It's weird because normally these attack type cards are meant to bring back the creature that died, but instead you just want them to die, but you also get to draw cards off of it. This could also be you swing out with these, and then main phase 2, you play the board wipe. Pretty good. And also, these +1/+0s can change blocks or dissuade the opponent from blocking if you do want to choose to board wipe yourself after. It's interesting. And it also triggers repartee, which is good. I put it in C- because combat tricks like this are weird. But I like this one as one that you might want to play in response to stuff to get a bunch of cards. Snake Man with a wizard. Scathing Shadelock. 5 mana, 4/6 Snake Warlock. Pretty good value straight up there. Beginning your first main phase, this creature becomes prepared. Cool, just every turn it becomes prepared. And then you have Venomous Words. Target creature you control gets +1/+2/+0, and gains Death Touch on the turn. That's a pretty good repeatable buff. And yeah, 5 mana, 4/6. Pretty fine. I'm happy to pay that for it. And then every turn giving +2 and +0 and Death Touch. Triggers repartee. It's repeatable. He's solid C+, I think. Adventurous Eater. This looks like a Duskmourn person. 3 mana, 3/2, Human Warlock, and enters prepared. That's pretty good. That's about as rate as it gets there. And then you have a bite. Put a counter on target creature, and you gain a life. It's not repeatable. It really, 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 really should be, and this would have become like a B- creature for me. But you get to do it once. You get to gain 1 life. You get to consider or trigger a bunch of other triggers that care about both those things, or cares about sorcery. It's a good flexible card that I think you'll be pretty happy to play a lot. And worst comes to worst, this turns into a 4/3 and you get to swing, and it dies to a 2 or 3 mana creature that has more power than it. But it's still pretty good, and I'm gonna say very happily will be playable in a lot of decks. So Adventurous Eater, C+, because it triggers stuff. I should say there are ways outside of the creatures to re-prepare them. There is land and I think an artifact that does it. So a lot of these ones that are just fine could become significantly better if you have the right setup. Burrog Banemaker. Is he tattooing himself? Most colleges, Aaron's poisonous skin would have made them a pariah. In Witherbloom, they were one of the most popular students on campus. I think he's making blow dart juice for somebody. Burrog Banemaker is a 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch, and you can pay 2 to give +1/+1 on a turn. Amazing. It's just straight up solid Death Touch blocker, guys. And if you really want to, you can buff them up. I like it a lot. It's a C+ for me. They don't seem to do a lot of straight 1/1 Death Touchers anymore, for one. But giving it the like pseudo fire breathing is really nice, because it'll scale with you for a couple turns and allow you to push some damage through because people won't want to block it. And so that means you could threaten it by having like 6 mana open. You swing in with a 1/1, and they say, I don't want to trade on that, because I can watch you pay 6 mana and it is now a 4/4, and then their thing wouldn't kill it anyways. So they let it go through, and instead of buffing it, you just let them take 1, and then you've got 6 mana to cast other spells, or you keep this back, whatever. It's good. I like it. I think Shades are the creatures that used to have a similar set of abilities and stuff, and I'm always happy to play those in Limited. Cheerful Osteomancer. 4 mana Orc Warlock, and it's 4/2, and it enters prepared. And then you have return target card from your graveyard to your hand. It's blah. If that was just reanimate again, but on this creature, I'd be okay with it. Turn it to your hand is less good, and it's a 4/2, so it's almost certainly going to die pretty easily, I'd say. But aggressive is what black does pretty well. Cheerful Osteomancer, I should say. I mean, it's like a C. It's like you want to do the Raised Dead before you swing with this the first time, because this will almost assuredly get chump blocked and killed. But it lets you bring back something else, so okay. Cost of Brilliance, 3 mana sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards, loses 2 life, and put a counter on up to 1 target creature. Sign in Blood with a counter stapled onto it. Okay. It's not terrible. The C. I like that they're separate though. So you can still do the Sign in Blood half to any target player. And if you don't have a creature, you don't have to put the counter on it. But you could put it on somebody else's creature if you're playing Two-Headed Giant or Commander or whatever. So, okay. Last Gasp is solid. It's just good removal. It's above rate for the cost. 2 mana instant, -3/-3. Good stuff. It is C+. It's good combat trick. It's good removal. Gets around indestructible. All sorts of fun stuff. Masterful Flourish. The art here is really good. 1 mana instant, target creature you control gets +1 and indestructible to turn. I like the ones that let them die and then come back more, but +1 indestructible is nice, especially if you need to push a bit extra damage, keep your blocker around or something, but it's not that big of a swing either way, so I'm just going to put it into the D+, C- area, I think. You'll play one of them pretty happily, and then you're going to hang on to it for half the game and not get to use it properly. Melancholic Poet, 2 mana elf bard for 2/2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. Nice. I love these little swing enablers and cards that have repeatable sorceries and instants stapled to them that target people. So this is not a C+, it is just a C, because it is just a 2/2 for 2 that requires something else to happen before it gets a bonus. But I love these kind of effects. And it also says each opponent. So, Two-Headed Giant, other games, it's going to start cooking pretty fast here. Send in the Pest. 2 mana sorcery. Each opponent discards a card. You create a 1/1 green and black pest token. With whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. Cool. 2 mana discard a card, get a token. That's pretty good value actually for the normal discard effects type things. Let's put it at C, because it's not that big, and one card they choose is not that relevant, but it is pretty okay. This one made me chuckle a lot for some reason. Sneering Shade Rider. It's just like, this fucking meal sucks, you fucking bitches. Rah. Like, it's just, that's exactly the mood he's got too. The whole display was uninspired derivative and left me wondering what was the fucking point. Gallery show review. 5 mana, 3/3 flyer. That's pretty on cost. Like, it's 3/3 flyer for 5 is solid. It's not great, not crazy, not bad, just very solid. And when it enters, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Great, another each opponent thing. C+, because flying is nice and evasive. The life swing isn't as relevant, but it does trigger a lot of the whatever it was called, infusion. Ulna Alley Shopkeep. 3 mana Goblin Warlock. It has Menace. It is a 2/3, and this creature gets +2/+0 as long as you gain life this turn. So it's a 4/3 Menace for 3, which is kind of like underrated a lot of the time. But a 3 mana 2/3 Menace is still pretty good. Like I would put this in C+, and if it becomes a 4/3, it's still a C+ for me. So okay. Yeah, it kind of flutters between C and C+, I think, but I'll keep it in C+ for now. Wander Off. 4 mana exile creature. Great, cool. Also, the art's really nice. I like that contrast in color. That's just unconditional, straight up super removal. So I'm gonna call that a B. Pull from the Grave. 3 mana sorcery. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. You gain 2 life. Okay. It triggers the remove from the graveyard stuff if you're in Mardu, I guess. Gaining 2 life. Doesn't have any mana cost limit to it, so C-, I think, but not as impactful as I'd like it to be. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Right. Whenever I mouse down close to this, it always like triggers the little pop-up things here, and it always just enough between the bar and that, and it triggers it very easily. We're into red, probably my favorite color in most of Magic, but my favorite 2 types are Jeskai and Grixis for my archetypes of building. This one is bad, annoyingly. Bad red mythic. Shocking, right? Emeritus of Conflict. It does not enter prepared. Boo. 2/2, first strike for 2. That's pretty good. So I would, by default, put it at C+. Whenever you cast your third spell each turn, this creature becomes prepared. It is not prepared, unlike most of the other ones. Fucking annoyingly. So it is hard to prepare in the first place. But because of that, it's got a pretty relevantly on cost body, I guess. But you get Lightning Bolt, which is good. Lightning Bolt is great. It's a good removal that hits a lot of stuff. Or you can throw it right at somebody's face. You get good Cascade, or well, don't get good Cascade, you get bad Cascades. But you get good Storm. It's also good for the Casualty one. So both of those really like it if you can turn this on. But you have to cast 3 fucking spells to do it, and in a lot of limited games, even in like really slow ones, it's like 1-drop creature, land 2-drop, land 3-drop, land 4-drop, spell removal, and then you're out of cards in hand. It's never turning on in limited, probably. Like there's gonna be a couple turns where you get to triple spell. It's gonna be like 1 mana, draw a card. Oh, 2 mana, draw a card. 2 mana removal, and then you might get that thing there. But like, this is the least good of them so far, and it bothers me that it's that bad, because you finally get a fucking Lightning Bolt thing, and out of all of the Emeritus, this is the only one that doesn't enter prepared. I fucking hate that. Well, sorry. I should say this one doesn't enter prepared, but it allows you to be prepared when it enters, if you really choose to be. Why is this the only one that gets that fucking treatment? Man. I know they've banned more red cards than any other color in Standard right now, but also, like, they've printed some dumb shit in the last, like, 6 Magic sets in red. It's like, here's a card that makes tokens, and makes more tokens, and equips itself and makes more tokens for just doing removal. It's like, okay. You got Vivi, who is incredibly broken to everybody who even looked twice at him. And then you get a bad first striker. Okay. Not a bad. It's a good first striker. But it sucks that you're almost never going to get to use Lightning Bolt. Like, almost ever going to get to use Lightning Bolt. Alright, here's the epic-ish card for red. 7 mana, Improvisation Capstone, Sorcery Lesson. Exile cards to top your library till you exile cards with total mana value 4 or greater. You may cast any number of spells among them without paying the mana cost. This could be good, this could be terrible. If you hit 1 mana, 15 mana, I'm not saying there is one of those, but then you have some really fun stuff. You get to cast a really big spell without paying its cost, and then you get to do it again next turn. It does not care about instant or sorceries, which is nice, so it's all your creatures and everything. But in a lot of cases, you're going to get 1 to 2 spells off of this. It's still free, but you paid 7 to get 4, and that's not that good. It comes much better the second turn, but it still costs 7 to get there in the first place. At least these ones are, like, kind of in the affordable range. And, like, this doesn't put the cards back into your library when you don't cast them, which is really annoying too. So say you get to 7 somehow, and then it exiles a bunch of cards that you couldn't cast, like lands or 0 mana spells or something. It's a rough one. I mean, you shouldn't need more lands at 7 mana anyways, so you're still going to be happy to play this as you get to there. But I feel like when you get to 7 mana and then you cast this, you're going to have nothing left in your deck for it. I'm not stoked about this one. I think it's strictly better than the black one. I don't think it's better than the other ones, though. It's annoying that both those red mythics suck, because red mythics always suck. It's like always, it's a 5 mana 5/5 dragon for 7 that has a bunch of spell shit on it, but it's probably the last card in your hand. It's just annoying. 2 mana instant choreographed sparks. This can't be copied. Choose one or both. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. Choose new targets for the copy. Copy target creature spell you control. Copy gains haste, and it's not exciting. Instant sorcery spell you copy, 2 mana. It's pretty standard. This can't be copied is like a lame way to prevent it from breaking the goddamn game when you copy other spells, or if you had 2 of these to copy one to copy the next one. Storm counter shit copy stuff. Like, they don't have many things in this set unless it's from the last Strixhaven set that cared about copies existing. But yeah, this is fine. The problem here is that it says you control. You're not able to copy a counter spell that's targeting your removal. You're able to copy your removal to get an extra version of the counter spell, but it's not as good. Being able to choose one or both is really weird, because you're not normally going to cast a creature spell you control while it's on the stack and then cast a different instant to also have that available. Because it's only a spell while it's on the stack, it's a permanent when it's on the field, and it's a spell when it's in your hand. I don't like this one that much. It's just not that good for me. It has possibilities, but casting both is going to be ridiculously weird. And since you can't copy this, I don't like it. I normally love copy spells, and I don't like that one. So also, there's like essentially archaics in each color. I don't remember seeing some there. I think they're double color in some of the other ones. So they'll be in the gold section. Magma Blood Archaic. It is 2 colorless, 2 colorless, 2 colorless, or 3 red. So 6 or 3. Creature Avatar, 2/2, Trample Reach. That's good words, bad stats, but it has Converge on it. So if you cast this card for 6 mana, no, you can do it for 5. Yeah, you do blue, white, black, green, and red. Then you get to put 5 counters on it. A 7/7 Trample Reach for 5 is pretty okay. But green gets a 1 mana 6/6 in this set, so fuck red, I guess, right? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery creatures, you can get +1/+0 for each color of mana spent to cast that spell. Giving pseudo converge plus to the field is nice, though. I should say at minimum this comes in as a 3/3 for 3 if you cast all red. 3/3 Trample Reach is solid, not bad. Solid. Being able to converge is obviously the best place for this, but you won't feel out of place playing this in just about any other multicolored deck. You'll be happy to have it, I think. But triple red does suck. But if you're playing it in a multicolored deck and you have blue and black, let's say, you'll play blue, black, red, red. Okay. And then you get 3 counters on it, and then it's a 5/5 Trample Reach. And then if you have some amount of colors being used to cast those spells, you get some really good bonuses out of it. I think this is at home in like Mardu-ish colors, so red-white for Lorehold with its spirit tokens, black-white for its flyers, and red-black, which isn't a current School of Magic here. But there is the Hexhaven story alternate world stuff, which I think is just going to be this school, but the inverse colors and mechanics. So I don't know. This one's a really hard one to evaluate because the floor is not that bad. The high end's pretty good, but it also wants you to be in Converge while it's boasting a triple red. It's a really hard looking spell to cast. I'm gonna stick it into C+. But it could probably be like a B+, I think, in the top end, where you're able to cast a 5 mana 7/7 that turns every 5 color spell you cast into +5/+0 to the battlefield on your side is really strong. But it sits at C+, and it goes up from there. Flashback as a card. I love it. Target sorcery in your graveyard gains flashback till turn. Flashback cost so it's equal to its mana cost. I wish it was like cheaper for the card because you're casting a card to give it flashback. But 1 mana flashback is cool. That's pretty good. This itself not having flashback I think is a fail loss. But let's call this C- because it does require a card in your graveyard. It doesn't do anything on its own. But it's literally just play 1 mana to recast the best thing in your graveyard. But you still pay its cost. Steal the Show, 3 mana sorcery. Choose one or both. Target player discards any number of cards, then draws that many cards. Steal the Show deals damage equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. So it's a decent removal if you've played a lot of spells, or discard a bunch of cards and draw a bunch of cards. Pretty good. I like both those effects, and they're both pretty solid on their own. So I think together this card is a pretty solid card, because if you have a bunch of cards that you can't cast and you want to blow something up on turn 3, like say you've got a bunch of 4 mana instant sorceries, discard 4 cards in your hand, put in the graveyard, then you get to deal 4 damage to something on the battlefield. It's pretty good. Sorcery is a little sucky, but instant would make this very strong. This one I like. Maelstrom Artisan, 3 mana haste. This creature enters prepared, and you can pay 2 for sorcery to destroy a non-basic land. But a 3 mana 3/2 haste that has a spell stapled onto it is pretty solid. I'd pretty happily play that, and I love destroying lands. Non-basic is more hard, but sometimes in limited, destroying a non-basic land for 2 can just turn somebody off their color if they've only hit their tap land or something, or they only have tap lands for splash colors. This little goblin here is probably going to be the new banned card in red. Molten Core Maestro, 2 mana goblin bard with menace for 2. So 2/2 for 2 with menace is C+. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, add red mana equal to this creature's power. So, say you cast a 5 mana spell, you put a counter on him, and then you get 3 red mana to cast more spells to put another counter on him. And a lot of times, you're going to play him, remove something, and then he swings in as a 3/3 with menace, which is just good. Especially if you give him haste on the turn you cast him or something, and immediately just start beating in for face. But this card, I think, is going to be the one that really enables a lot of those high cast spell, double spell, triple spell turns that some of those things want, because if you're able to put this guy in turn 2 and then maybe add 2 spells to him over the next turn or 2, then on your turn 5 or more, you're casting your 5 mana spell, you put a counter on him, and you get 6 mana back. And then you cast another 5 mana spell to make him a 7 mana, and you get 7 mana back, and now you're at 8 mana, and you can just cast 2 more big spells, and he's gigantic by that point. Like it gets out of control really fast. It's not that crazy, but permanent prowess is always really strong. So just casting instant sorcery, get a counter is really good. 5 or more mana was needed to cast that spell. Obviously, you build around it a little bit. The best spells, there aren't that many so far in red, and a lot of the fun ones are stapled on blue creatures. So he's obviously in the blue-red deck. Hard to play him so far in mono red or red and other colors, I think, but very, very powerful creature that's going to make some waves in other sets, I think. So Impractical Joke, 1 mana sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Practical Joke deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. It's not Lightning Bolt, but I'll kill a creature for 1 mana pretty happily. Where is it? Impractical Joke. Boop. I will call that a C+. That is good enough Lightning Bolt removal copy. Micah, Reader of Ruins, this beefcake fucking librarian motherfucker. Jacked ass arms and his little vest and glasses. This is somebody's fantasy for sure. It's like the knowledgeable Indiana Jones with 24-inch arms and glasses and kind of a Twinkie haircut. It's somebody's thing. 4 mana legendary creature, human artificer, 4/4 ward pay 3 life. 4/4 for 4 with ward pay 3 life is pretty good, but it's something they will just pay and kill it. So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy. I like copy abilities. Sacrificing an artifact is harder. There have been almost no effects so far that generate any kind of artifact tokens, treasures, foods, clues, anything like that. So maybe there's a couple in the gold cards. Maybe there's a couple decent colorless cards. I don't think this is as solid as I'd like it to be. I am looking forward to making a commander deck with this, though. Being able to sack a treasure, to copy a spell, to make things that make more treasures, to copy the spell again. Like, this could be good bonanza, goofy kinds of stuff. It's really good. Not limited, but 4 mana, 4/4 with ward. Okay, it costs them a little bit of life to kill him at least. So let's C+, with the rare chance you get to copy a spell. But I do like that you don't have to pay anything, tap anything. You just sack a different thing to get an extra copy of your best spell, which is really strong if you're able to do it. We'll see if there is some good ways to do it. I don't think there are that many. Having like a Dockside Extortionist or the guy who makes treasure tokens every time you cast an sorcery would have been really nice. Stormkill Artist here. Garrison Excavator, 4 mana, Orc Sorcerer, 3/4 with Menace. So that's okay. Menace kind of makes up for the fact his power is a little lower. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. That's a very good one. Lots of ways to exile some stuff from your graveyard. Get a card back from your graveyard, exile it, use the card's ability, bring it back to your hand, whatever. Getting a 2/2 every time that happens is really good, especially if you're able to do it repeatedly, because this is not a one-turn type thing. This is just every time. So if you can do remove a card, remove a card, remove a card, you get 2/2, 2/2, 2/2, 2/2. Very good, very good. Garrison Excavator has the ability to go crazy in the right deck. I would put him at B- because I love token generators like that. And 4 is just enough to survive most of the basic removal. 4 mana is a little expensive. Menace means he can still bash pretty solidly. But I feel like if you could build around that, you're having a good time. So, Artistic Process. That is an Otter. 5 mana sorcery. Choose one. 6 damage to target creature, 2 damage to each creature you don't control, or make a 3/3 red elemental creature token with haste. With flying, gains haste till end of turn. It's a 5 mana spell to trigger Opus that lets you do something, and you're absolutely going to play 1 or 2 of these every time you get it in your deck for those things, because 5 mana to blow up something for 6 hits just about everything basically in the deck or in the set. 2 mana to each creature you don't control does sweep away all the tokens, which is nice. And a 3/3 with haste and flying is really strong to go wide, get your tokens, get your stuff. So I think Artistic Process is quite solid. It's not that good. If it was instant, I would slap it to B-, but it's a C+. Very, very good options on all of them, and the options make it very valuable. Thunderdrum Soloist, 2 mana, reach, dwarf board, 1/3. Weird stats, weird thing to give reach to. Opus, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, this creature deals 3 damage to each opponent instead. So it's Gutter Snipe on regular spells, and Lightning Bolts on 5 mana. It doesn't scale the nice way I'd like to think, but you're pretty happy to play that. It eats up those little flying tokens and stuff pretty well, and you're able to bop, 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 and get some extra damage through with him, so he doesn't even need to attack to do damage, which is pretty good. Thunder Drum, Soloist. It's like a solid C plus. They're lacking in the upper and the lower, but they're pretty good in the C plus area here. Archaic's Agony. I don't know what's going on with these. They all look evil. Its past became present, became paradox. 5 mana sorcery. Converge. Oh yeah, okay. Deals X damage to target creature, where X is the number of spells meant colors of mana spent to cast this spell. Exile cards to the top of your library equal to the excess damage dealt to that creature this way. You may play those till the end of your next turn. That bottom half is great. The top half is shit. Converge is bad. It's not that it's like terrible. It's just hard to reliably do it unless you get really lucky in draw. Lucky. And in a lot of limited, like draft and sealed, you don't want to get a bunch of multicolored lands because they're usually eating up your rare and your uncommon slots. Which means, oh, I got 3 Shocklands. Wow, that's like $40. But also I'm going to lose this because I didn't get any rares in 3 packs is like really bad. But if there's good ways to fix your mana or filter your mana, these are okay. But they all cost 5 too, so they're not an early game spell. They're not a really particularly effective, reliable spell to use. And you don't want like 6 of these. You want 1 maybe. Dual Tactics. 1 mana sorcery, 1 damage target creature, and it can't block this turn and has flashback for 2. This is going to be like a weird key card, I think, where it's going to just pop a token or their biggest thing on the board to make sure you can force some damage through. But it's not that good. It's a C- to me. But it is nice that you can cast it twice, so okay. I like that it's the trick he's doing in this duel is before the guy gets to cast his spell, you smash his spellcasty thing, so great. Blazing Fire Singer. This lady looks sad, and there's like a weirdo behind her. I don't really understand it so much, but 3 mana Dwarf Board, 2/3. Dwarf Bard. 3 mana, 2/3. And just prepared. Okay, it's C at best. Seething Song, on the other hand, is fantastic. 3 mana, get 5 mana. So you get triggers on your cast spells, and you get 5 mana to cast a bigger spell. This creature, being a very mid creature, is probably not going to stop it from getting played a ton. Being able to come in and have that is good. I would call it a C because it doesn't attack, doesn't protect itself. It's not particularly tough. It's not above rate. It's just average. But when you get that Seething Song out, you're going to add positively to your mana pool and allow you to cast some bigger spells. Unfortunately, Seething Song is all red, so stuff like Archaic's Agony is dealing 1 damage, which is fucking terrible in a lot of cases. But there's better stuff to put it on at the very least. So, Charging Strife Knight, 3 mana, 3/3 haste. That's the good stuff. And it has discard a card, draw a card. So, not Loot Rummage. I keep calling it Loot regardless because it's the same effect to me. Charging Strife Knight, 3 mana, 3/3 with haste is fucking good. That is where you want those 3 mana spells to be at. Discard draw card is just nice. So when you either if you're getting it post combat, you want to just loot, you can, or if it comes out and you know it's not going to get through, then you get to just draw a card with it, or wait till blocks are done, do it on the opponent's turn, whatever you want. Living History, 2 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 red-white spirit creature token. Whenever you attack, if a card left your graveyard this turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+0. Yeah, 2 mana, 2/2. Okay. And then it's got a bonus on it. I like that it separates itself from the token, so it's not that this turns into a 2/2 and then they remove it with enchantment removal. This is just make a 2/2, and it's got a bonus that sticks around, so I would call that a C+, to be honest. Splitting up the value and giving you perpetual value is strong enough to be put above rate, I would say. Pigment Wrangler, 5 mana Orc Sorcerer with flying, which is weird, but 5 mana 4/4 is good. It enters prepared, really nice. It's a flyer, so it's super evasive. Doesn't have haste, that's okay. 5 mana 4/4 is above rate for flyers. And in red, too, weirdly. And it's not a dragon. Striking Palette is 1 mana sorcery. When you next cast an sorcery spell this turn, copy it, and you may choose new targets to copy. That's a good copy spell. And you can copy this copy spell. Not like this piece of shit wherever it is. This fucking bad copy spell over here. Did I put it down into... I put it down to C-. This one's a good one. This one's a really good one. But Choreograph Spark is instant, which this is not. So in a lot of cases, you're going to say, use this, then copy it with this to do something. But this can't be copied, so don't use this into this. Use this on something, then use this on the thing you're copying, or whatever. Like, be particular with it, because this can't be copied, and it immediately fucking fizzles when you use this before it. Be careful with it. But I like these kind of copies quite well, because 1 mana, if they counter it, who cares? They wasted 3 mana to counter your 1 mana thing. You still get the next big spell you were going to cast anyways. Pigment Wrangler I like a lot. That actually is a solid B- for me. Finally, they got 2. Tablet of Discovery. This is like one of the first artifacts we've seen so far for the guy who wants to sacrifice artifacts. It actually looks like the one he's holding in his hand, so maybe that makes sense. Tablet of Discovery. 3 mana artifact in red. When this artifact enters a mill a card, you may play that card this turn. Then you could add 1 red mana or add 2 red mana only to cast instant story spells. Cool. That's neat. There aren't that many mono red mana rocks, and I like that one quite a bit. Because you can play that land, you can play it if it's a spell, and you can still tap this to pay for it if it's a spell. This is a weird one because it's a 3 mana rock that I like. Normally 3 mana rocks are just like what is it, Mana Obelisk, Mana Rock, Mana Pillar, Mana Core, I forgot. But it's like 3 mana, tap, make a mana of any color, that's it. No other special effects. They've done better versions of that like 50-60 times now, where it's like, oh, when this enters you scry, when this taps you gain a life, when this enters you can untap it if you pay for a life, kind of thing. Like, just every other version of Manolith, that's what it is. Every other version of Manolith is better than Manolith. And this is mono red, 3 mana, but it also gives you some card advantage and filters your cards off the library. You can still play a land if you hit a land. You can still get some good mana too. It's really weirdly good. I think I stick it in C+. It's very odd that this is good. Ancestral Anger, I love these cards. And they suck everywhere but limited, so it's really only a limited card. But 1 single red, target creature gains trample and gets +X+O till end of turn, where X is 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard. They put these in sets every now and then, and it's always like draw cards equal to the number of whatever cards, deal damage equal to the number of these cards. Draft like 7 of these and GM them all in your deck with a bunch of creatures, and play 1, swing. Turn 2, play 2, swing. Play 3, swing. Like, you're gonna just wallop people if you can get a good handful of these in there. And obviously they're going to respond to that, remove your creatures, counter these, etc. But when you've got I would say like a solid number of these, that becomes very, very strong. Like, if you had 7 or 8 of these and like 2 Molten Core Maestros, every one of these is +1 more, plus you're getting counters on this, and you're drawing a card to replace this one every time you cast it. Like, you could get some real good strong beatdowns there. Ancestral Anger is like it's a D+, but gets up every 2 copies. I say it jumps up another tier. So if you have 6 or 7 or 8 copies, it's like a B-. It's pretty good when you get to the later part of that. Goblin Glasswright, 2 mana 2/2. This creature enters prepared. Goblin Sorcerer. 2 mana 2/2 with nothing it's a C. But it has Craft with Pride. Pay 1, make a treasure. Cool. Triggers sorcery, gives you artifacts, and replaces itself in mana. It's not tapped, it's just pay 1 red, get a treasure for any color. That's a good converge enabler, it's a good artifact token enabler, it's a good sorcery enabler. You can only prepare it once without the additional things to do it, which is a shame. But it's still a solid creature. Goblin Glass, right? C. Solid C. I like the Craft with Pride half of it though, and you can do it immediately if you have the mana. So that's going to be useful in a lot of little situations. Rearing Embermane, 5 mana Horse Beast. That's a weird one. 4/5 reach with haste. Normally I feel like haste goes first, but whatever. I don't know why it has reach. I would have figured trample haste would be normal, but I mean, I'll take it. A 5 mana 4/5 that you can crack in with is probably okay in a lot of cases. And if it's not, you can hold it back and it'll be able to hit their thing. But it's a little vanilla for what I would normally like for these now. But it's not bad. I think those two keywords are both strong enough, and especially where red is kind of weak in being able to deal with all of these flyers. This thing will eat a lot of those pretty healthily with no trouble. Okay, Rubble Rouser. 3 mana Dwarf Sorcerer with 1/4. This creature enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay. 3 mana, 1/4, loot. Tap, exile a card from your graveyard. Add red mana. When you do, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. That part's good. The rest of it, but it allows you to ramp-ish by exiling stuff from your graveyard. This red mana is not constrained to anything, so it's usable for all sorts of stuff. Spells, creatures, whatever. And it deals damage when you exile stuff from the graveyard, which triggers the... what is it called? The lore thing. Card that... the new thing that cares about stuff leaving your graveyard. Fuck. I don't remember the name of it. No, it doesn't have a name. It's just if a card left your graveyard. So this enables a bunch of those, and it gives you mana. It's annoying that this taps down your defensive creature, though. Rubble Rouser is a hard one, because the 3 mana 1/4 is like a C. The loot is a little nice, and the mana ability and the damage ping is nice too. And that's a pretty reliable damage ping. I think you'll be able to do that multiple times. I think this sits C+ comfortably because of all 3 of those sets of things together, but doesn't go above that ever. Strife Scholar, 3 mana Orc Sorcerer. It is a 3/2 for 3 with Ward, pay 2 life, and it enters prepared. That's a pretty good set of little things altogether. And then it has 6 mana Sorcery, Awaken the Ages. Create 2 red and white spirit tokens. It's obviously big. It triggers Opus, and it's one of those things that will trigger a couple turns after you've cast it. It's interesting. I don't think it survives to cast this, but I'd be happy for a 3 mana 3/2 with Ward. And then sometimes getting that is okay. I think it's a comfortable C. Because the Ward doesn't really do much other than just like they're going to kill something, so this guy's available. They have to pay a little bit more for it. Tackle Artist is a weird name. I don't really get it. Oh, he's in the football thing. Okay, I see. 4 mana Orc Sorcerer 4/3 with Trample. Good. 4 mana 4/3 with Trample is solid. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a counter on this creature. Very good. If 5 or more, put 2. Less good, but still solid. I will happily take that. That's a solid mid to top end beater with a pretty easy to trigger increase on him. Tomb Blast, 2 mana sorcery, 2 damage to any target is poor, but has flashback. It's a bad shock with a bad flashback and not an instant. It's not exciting. It's C minus. It's fine. You'll probably still want to play 2 or 3 of those because it's a pretty cheap removal spell in red with reliable, repeatable casts. Okay. Unsubtle Mockery. 3 mana instant. Deals 4 damage to our creature. Surveil 1. That one's really good. That's a fantastic one. It's a little undercosted, and you get a Surveil, and it's instant speed. C+. I don't quite understand the painting, though. Said it was physically impossible to capture an exact likeness. The technique could use a little work, but I got the expression right. I don't get it. Did the guy trip into the painting, and that's why he looks like the real guy sticking out of it or something? It's very odd. I'm not sure what the... Or if the painting's coming alive, I'm not really sure. Zealous Lorecaster. 6 mana, 4/4. When this creature enters, target instant sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. She's not that big for 6 mana. This could have just been a 6/6 for 6 with that, and I would have been like, good, cool. But 6 mana, 4/4 is not as exciting, and getting back a single spell is not incredibly exciting. Like, I'll pretty happily take it, but it is definitely not above rate. It's below rate by a bit. Like, the ability is strong, but I'd care more about the creature being good, or it being cheaper and being bad, but giving me that ability. It's like Archaeomancer is a 4/4 2/2 that gets that. I don't want to pay 6 mana to get the same effect. I'd rather take the 4 mana 2/2 that does it. Expressive Fire Dancer, 2 mana human sorcerer with 2/2. This is a very expressive dance, of course. Opus, whenever you cast instant sorcery spell, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Boo. 5 or more spend to cast this creature gains double strike. Meh. It's bad prowess for 2. C. Yeah, it could be better. The double strike is nice, but I'm still calling that kind of rare, I think, because there are a lot of good cheap spells in the other colors. And there's a lot of bad spells for expensive in the red colors. Seize the Spoils. 3 mana sorcery, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and create a treasure token. Great. It's classic. It's good. It's fine. It's a little bit of card advantage. Kind of neutralizes the cost of the spell. See, drawing cards is important. Heated Argument. I don't want to hurt you, Jenny, but whatever Jason's playing needs to be stopped. I think this is the Alta Jenny that shows up here. Also, that Archaic in the background looks fucking terrifying. 5 mana instant, deals 6 damage to a target creature. You may exile a card from your graveyard. If you do, deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. This one's great. That fucking dog shit Converge one, wherever it is. I don't know where I put it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Agony. This is way better than that in most cases. That one does have the really tall ceiling, but I'm going to take this like 9 times out of 10 because of the instant and the extra damage on it. C+. That being said, you want like 2 of these. If you don't have other removal, take another one. But it's a rough one to cast, I would say. It's pretty expensive. Okay. Talking a lot. Need to smoke. Let my voice rest for 30 seconds. I gotta pull my bike over to my deck. It's over around the corner there somewhere, but I gotta put it on the deck, put it on the rack, clean it, tighten all the stuff up, pump the tires up, oil the chains. It's like warm enough I can stay outside in the day with like a sweater on right now, but it's not quite warm enough to like bike in shorts or at night, I would say. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Emeritus of Abundance. 3 mana Vigilance Elf Druid with 3/4. 3 mana 3/4 with Vigilance is above rate, like really solidly already. It enters prepared, unlike the fucking red one. Whenever this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, this creature becomes prepared. So you get it the once after you cast it early, and then 4 to 5 turns later, or with ramp, you'll get to cast it again. Regrowth, turn target from your graveyard to your hand. It's really good. If you're like 3 mana, 3/4 with Vig, play it, swing it, cast Regrowth, bring back your Kodama's Reach to get another land, and then you play another land and play another land, and then you swing, it becomes prepared, you Regrowth to get your more stuff back, and just you go. Typical green shit is good. Emeritus of Abundance, I think it's the first one that's solidly above rate for its cost. Like, this one is a little bit. This one is flush, and this one is flush. So the green one is the best one on the body, and it's also easier to cast than the white one or the blue one. So Merit of Abundance, B plus, I would say. It's very good. Regrowth is really nice, and it's not permanent, it's not land, it's not creature, it's not spell, it's any card in your graveyard. If you have a good instant sorcery, you can get it back. If you discard a creature, you can get it back. If you mill the land, you can get it back. It's just good. And reloadable Regrowth is pretty strong. Germination Practicium. Put 2 counters on each creature you control. Fuck you for being so good, annoyingly. 5 mana for 2 creatures on each counter you control is the rate of the Gear Hulk, that the green Gear Hulk, but this is better. I think it was put a counter on up to 3 creatures and then put an additional counter on them or something. This is just better. And if you have any number of creatures, you're going to swarm the opponent quickly, within a couple turns, I would say. But you need bodies. Needs to have bodies on the field. Germination Practicium is more reliable, but less impactful than the other ones. Like, Decoration Discipline at least lets you draw some cards and put those things into your hand to use them. If you come on an empty board with this, it is not that good. But if I was on an empty board and I had this in hand at 5 mana, I would still play this, because every turn you're going to get another copy of it for free. So getting it out there on curve is pretty strong. And then, yeah, these ones... Improvisation Capstone I like, but too expensive. And Emeritus of Conflict is a good base body with a great spell that they don't let you fucking cast. I hate it. I could be wrong with this, in that you'll be able to cast that more than you think by casting your 2 mana creature that pays 1 to make a treasure, and then you cast another creature, and then you're ready to go with Lightning Bolt. But you have to work for it, and you have to play kind of less good cards to get your 1 Lightning Bolt, which 3 damage does not equal a fucking Regrowth, or Swords of Plowshares, or an Ancestral Recall, or a fucking Reanimate. Like, those are better cards than Lightning Bolt, but Lightning Bolt is really good. Bothers me so fucking much. Vastland Scavenger. 3 mana, 4/4 with Death Touch. Talking about all those red cards that are like just slightly below rate, like they're 4 mana 3/3s, 4 mana 3/4 with like no haste or anything. And you got a 3 mana 4/4 with Death Touch that enters prepared. Pay 5 mana, mill 7 cards, put a creature among them on the battlefield. Cool, they get Reanimate too. But also put a bunch of stuff in the graveyard. That's better. Fuck. Vastland Scavenger is like a B plus. It's pretty good. B, I think, actually. 3 mana 4/4 Death Touch is crazy good though. I like this one a little more because it's not double green. It already enters prepared, and you can get something good back right away. Vigilance, I think I value a little more than Death Touch. Vigilance, Death Touch, I value a lot more. The annoying thing with this one is it won't curve nicely, but you could guarantee yourself a pretty good hit off 7 cards in limited. That's like a 40 card deck plus your 7 on a hand already. So 30, let's say 30 cards. That's like almost 1/3 of your deck going to the graveyard to get probably a pretty solid creature back. Because there are a lot of big ass green creatures, as always. Comforting Counsel. 2 mana green enchantment. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on this enchantment. As long as there are 5 or more growth counters on this enchantment, creatures you control get +3/+3. Super Lord effect. Pretty easy to trigger, I think. Especially if you're in green-black. Green-blue, not so much. Green other colors, not so much. Green-black's really the one where you want to go for it. Enchantments are hard to remove for like 3 of the colors. We didn't see a lot of permanent bouncing. There was a bit, but not a lot. And not a lot of enchantment destruction. I don't think I saw anything. Maybe 1 card that did it out of those cards so far. This is still not a thing until you turn it on, so I think it has to be C- by default. But that is easy to turn on, and it's a pretty big buff. So, don't sleep on it, let's say. If you're in the right deck for it, you're in the right deck for it. Wild Growth Archaic. 2 colorless for 0/0, or green for 0/0. Trample, Reach, and Converge. So it's the same as the red one, but cheaper. Plus counter on it for each color mana spent to cast it. You can't do all 5, so at best it's a 4/4. I assume green, blue, black, white, or whatever, or red. Whenever you cast a creature spell, that creature enters with additional +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast it. Yeah. If you're in the Converge deck, you're in the Converge deck. They don't have them all split up nicely here where they're visible, but I don't know if I like this one particularly, because at worst, if you're in mono green, it comes in as a 1/1, which is not great compared to the red one. Where did I put Blazing Archaic? Mega Blood Archaic I put as a C+. I think this one defaults to a C, but the Converge with both of these becomes really good, where all of your spells get the Converge, and then all of your creatures get the Converge. But yeah, you probably would like them both. But yeah, I don't like this one as much as the red one. Not having a base layer and not being able to cast all 5 colors makes it a little rough. Slumbering Trudge, the 1 mana 6/6. Everybody's gonna cast this for 1 mana. Enters with a number of stun counters on it equal to 3 minus X. So if you have 3 and green, comes in with no stun counters. If you play 1, comes in with 3 stun counters. So it kind of works out to the same. So play it for 1 almost all of the time. And then just let it untap for a few turns, and then it'll be ready as a 6/6 on turn 4. Or should I say turn 5, because it will still have a stun counter when it untaps turn 4. But if you got an abundance of mana, or you get this later in the game, it's a 4 mana 6/6. No other bonuses to it, but like putting it on the field and then removing the counters is not impossibly hard, I think, in a lot of cases. It's still solidly above rate, so it goes there. Planar Engineering. 4 mana sorcery, sacrifice 2 lands, search your library for 4 basic lands, put them on the battlefield, tap and shuffle. I don't like it. It's not good limited. It's not particularly good in regular stuff as well. We've always had effects like this, but I don't think they're rare. I'm trying to remember the name of them offhand, but there's like a 4 mana one that's search a library for 2 lands, put them on the battlefield, like untap. Okay. I would prefer that. But sack 2 lands, get 4. debatably better in certain cases, I guess, where you care about landfall triggers or you care about basic lands or you're trying to get your converge stuff, so you go get all 4 other colors or something. Like, I'm not solid on that. It's too expensive for me to particularly like it, but I can see where it has a place. I'm gonna call it a C minus because it still is ramp and it thins your deck, but I don't think it's that good. I wish it was either a little cheaper and you only got 2 lands, or was an instant or something, but like, yeah, it's annoying. Hey, look, another 1 mana thing that gets really big and green. Shocking. 1 mana, 1/1 turtle wizard with increment. So whenever you cast a spell, if the mana you can cast that spell is greater than this with power or toughness, you get a counter. Whenever this creature dies, if it had 1 or more counters on it, create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, then put this creature's counters on that creature. Cool. So if this was a 5/5, when it dies, you get a 4/4. It's just ridiculously good value, but it takes time to get the turtle wizard up to speed, which makes sense for a turtle. It's a C+. It's not hard to put some counters on this even while you're building up on it. So you cast a 3 mana spell that puts a counter on it, and then it gets a counter on it, and then it is a 3 mana or 3/3. And then you do that again another turn, and it's already up to there. It's okay. It's not the most hard to make that thing good. I like the look of it though. The turtle in a fancy suit, basically, with big beefy arms. It's pretty funny. Emil Vastland Roamer, 3 mana legendary creature, elf druid. It is a 3/3. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have trample. Great. Very standard effect in a lot of counter sets. Pay 4 and a green. Tap, create a green and blue fractal creature token. Put X 1/1 counters on it, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. It's a converge weirdo fractal guy. Better in the converge deck. Better in a blue and green color deck with a bunch of non-basic lands. Paying 5 for like a 2/2 if you're just hard in green and blue is not that good, but bodies are bodies, so nice. It's kind of weird, but 3/3 for 3 that gives a buff to your field is pretty strong enough on its own. I would still call him a solid C+. Zimone's Experiment, 4 mana sorcery, bunch of Omen Path portals. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal 2 creature and or land cards from among them. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Put all land cards revealed this way onto the battlefield tapped, and put all creature cards revealed this way into your hand. That's pretty good. I like that better than than the rare one, actually. The planar engineering. In limited specifically, there's a much higher chance to hit your lands this way. And it doesn't care about basics, which is nice. Yeah, it's still a little overcosted though, so I think it's gonna stay on C-, but I'm pretty okay with that one. Environmental Scientist, that's cute. It's a cute character. 2 mana, 2/2 human druid. When this creature enters, you may search your library for basic land card revealed, put in your hand, and shuffle. Great, that's just solid. That's just good. Environmental Scientist is C+. Not quite ramp, but like half of a ramp. Why is that in Japanese still? Let's see what it says. 5 mana enchantment. 3 green. This enchantment enters, put a green fractal token and put 3 counters on it. Beginning your combat your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Gains vigilance on a turn. That's a pretty good way to put some counters out, and you get a 3/3 at best. What the fuck was that called? I didn't even look at the name. Additive Evolution. Okay. It's like overcosted for the creature half of it, but the value you get out of it over time is pretty good. I think that's a C+. Like, you pay 5 for the 3/3 flyers in the Is It colors. Yeah, Vigilance is nice too. I feel like that plays pretty well if you've got like a green, blue, red deck going on. Lumeret's Favor. I like the art here. A bunch of like happy newt flying lizard bugs or something. Maybe those are pests. 2 mana instant. When you cast this spell, copy it. If you gain life this turn, you may choose you may choose new targets for the copy. So those are definitely pests. Being able to give 2 creatures +2/+4 is like a really absurdly huge bump. That's pretty good. And if you've got pests, that's really easy to turn on. I don't think I'd put it above C, because it's like a giant growth, but it costs more, and the stats are tilted in a way I'm not a big fan of. But if you only get this for 1 creature, it's not that good. If you get it for 2 creatures, it's like a C+. It's pretty good. Interesting. Though the Lumerets were ignored by the other Witherbloom students, it was clear to Luluin they were very much more complex than they seemed. What the hell are the Lumerets? I guess that's these things. They look cool though. They're cute. Little lizard bugs. Aberrant Mana Worm. 4 mana creature worm. Trample with 2/5. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, this creature gets +X/+O till end of turn. X is the amount of mana to cast the spell. That thing is a fucking house. Holy shit. 4 mana 2/5, not that good. 4 mana 2/5 with trample, still not that good. Good blocker, not much else. But casting a big spell, especially in the green blue with all the X spells, that thing could be like a fucking 10/5 trampler. This is really good, actually, limited wise. I'll put it at C+, because it is a little above rate for the ability and the cost. But the ceiling could be really high for this thing. Another don't sleep on it card, I guess. Chelonian Tackle. 3 mana sorcery. Target creature you control gets +0/+10 till end of turn. And then it fights up to 1 target creature it controls. That's such a weird one. But I mean, your creature almost certainly doesn't die unless there's a Death Touch guy you're fighting. But in that case, don't fight the Death Touch guy. I'll put that at C-. No, it's a C, because your creature shouldn't die in most cases. What a weird card. But there was that one lady that cared about toughness. Was it a black card? Was it even a green card? No, I didn't get the green yet. I did blue though. Somebody cared about total toughness of 10, and it was an odd one for me. Where was it? Ah, there it is. Orisa Tide Choreographer. Pay 2 mana for a 2/2 that draws 2 cards if you have total toughness 10 or greater. That plus this is a pretty fun little stack of stuff. Fight a thing, remove a thing, play a 2/2, get 2 cards is pretty good for 5 mana together. I'll keep that in mind. Chelonian Tackle. Okay. Weird fight spell. Infirmary Healer. Big fluffy cat lady. I don't know why she's giving a weird look. Maybe legs gross, I guess. But 2 mana Cat Cleric 2/3. Edges Prepared. Okay, so 2 mana 2/3 is a little below rate, like, or above rate. It's pretty good. Stream of Life. X spell. Gain X life. Okay, that's not exciting, but the creature is absolutely playable. And then gain life when you got the mana, because it comes in prepared already. To trigger your abilities of infusion, or just a big X spell, or your opus spells in red or blue. It's interesting. Pest Brood Sloth. 4 mana plant sloth. I like sloths. I'm cool with more sloths. 4 mana 4/4 with reach. good. That's just great value right there. When this creature dies, create 2 black and green pests whenever they attack, gain life. Weird that they made that whenever this attacks, gain life, but it is more reliable that way than them dying. But 4 mana, 4/4 with reach is like a C plus, and then you get bodies, so C plus or not quite B minus, but C plus for sure. I'm always happy with a 4 mana 4/4 that has reach or trample or first strike or something on it to do solid blocking and decent attacking. Sonarl Song, 6 mana converge. I don't like the converge spells. Create 2/0/0 green and blue fractal creature tokens. Put X/1/1 counters on each of them, and you gain X life, where X is the number of mana spells cast this spell. Mono green, getting 2 1/1s and gaining 1 life is not good. 2 2/2s is better, and gaining 2 life is okay. I think the sweet spot for this one to really kind of sing is like 3 colors. Yeah, you get 2 3/3s, gain 3 life. I'd pay that if I was in 3 colors. 4 and 5 obviously are both quite good, but if I was in 3 colors, I'd consider this one. It was like a mid top end spell. Yeah, I think 3 mana is a good spot for that. 6 mana though, it's another weird one where it's like the low spot is terrible and the high spot's really good. Let's look at a C. Thornfist Striker, 3 mana 3/3 elf druid with ward 1, and creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample as long as you gain life this turn. That's a pretty good effect on its own there. It's a shame it's not repeatable, so you couldn't like gain life to do +1/+1/+1. But 3 mana 3/3 with ward is interesting. I don't like ward on vanilla creatures for no reason, but that is solid enough and happily playable. Oh, I forgot to put additive ocean or somewhere. Did I put something else up there instead? Oh, let me see. Oh, I did not do that one. I probably clicked the wrong one. Okay. Additive evolution C+, yeah. Thornfist Striker. It's like a C+. I think it's pretty easy to trigger the life gain and then buffing your whole field, and it's like a tiny little bit of protection is fine enough for me. Topiary Lecturer, 3 mana elf druid with increment. Add amount of mana equal to this creature's power. It's 1/2, so not great on its own, but gets better. It'll help you cast the blue and the blue and green X spells, but not a super fan of increment. I don't like ordering your spells to like make weak creatures passable creatures. Is a C for me, but could be pretty key in those decks if you can control your curve well enough to play it out properly. Barrage, that's the one I accidentally added early there. 2 mana instant, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you cast another instant or sorcery the spell this turn, then it deals damage equal to its power. Okay, so it's just the bite spell. To 1 target creature opponent controls. Weird that it's up to, so you could still give it the plus, I guess. But if you didn't cast a spell this turn and there wasn't an opponent's creature to do, this just does nothing, which is pretty weird. Target creature gets +1/+0 on the turn if you cast another instant or sorcery spell. So if you didn't cast that part doesn't matter. Then it deals damage equal to this power up to 1 target creature. So you could just cast the spell for nothing, which makes its floor literally F. But makes the bite side pretty good in the worst case, and I guess the very worst case it'll still go off if there's nothing to go there, if you need a spell cast for it. Bite spells are better than fight spells for sure, but that's a weird one. Not having a spell that just says nothing on it, 2 mana instant, is pretty funny to me if the cases aren't met there. Follow the lure mats. Oh yeah, okay, they are the little lizard bugs. Oh, and there's that beefy twink dude back there, the jacked explorer with nerd glasses. 2 mana sorcery, infusion. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, and you may reveal a creature or a land card from among them and put it into your hand. If you gain life this turn, you may instead reveal 2 creature and or land cards from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a bottom order. Okay, so it's a dig, and then if you gain life, you dig for 2. That's fine. Not quite a draw spell, and debatably better than a draw spell sometimes, but I think digging for 2 is really the key there because of... Where's that other card? There was a blue card that I was just like, whoa, that card's just good. Yeah, Flow State. Flow State is crazy. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, the rest of the bottom of your library in order. If there is an instant or sorcery card in your graveyard, put 2 of them in your hand. That's super easy to trigger, and you just dig 3, put 2 in. And there's also Quick Study, which is just 3 mana, draw 2 cards. So this dig is not that good. It's fine. It's playable. But the other one was better. Glorious Decay. It's a Return to Nature-ish effect. 2 mana, instant, destroy target effect, deals 4 damage to a creature with a graveyard, exile target from the grave. Okay, so it's... oh, it draws a card on that one, too. Interesting. It doesn't hit enchantments, but it hits flyers, artifacts, and a card from a graveyard. I can't tell if that's supposed to be the same line or if that's just like always there. I assume it's part of the exile target card from a graveyard, but those are always solid. Not hitting enchantments is rough though. I think that makes it like actively a little worse than Return to Nature, but still probably pretty valid in this set. 4 mana 3/4 reached increment. It's the sloth, but slower. Wait, I put the sloth at? I put the sloth C+. Yeah, this is a C for me. 4 mana 3/4 reach is fine. Increment's fine. I'm just not happy about it. Mindful Biomancer. 2 mana 2/2. When this creature enters, you gain a life, so it triggers your life gain. Cool. Looking for solid ways to add your 1 extra life per turn. Pay 3. This creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. It's a 2/2 that swings in as a 4/4 the first time. It's pretty nice. Pretty fine. I think it falls off really quick, but I'd still probably play it pretty happily. I think this does enough in both halves of it to be a C+. Especially the gain life trigger, because until you're getting a spell that puts a bunch of pests on the field, which I've only seen a few of so far, there aren't as many reliable ways to do the life gain trigger every turn. So instead, I think you're going to be full of, here's 6 cards that say gain a life on it, and then you'll have like 2 or 3 cards that generate some pests, and then you'll have like 4 or 5 cards that'll care about if you gain a life or not this turn. So that's a cute little newt. Death Touch, 2-drop Mana Dork. I love that little guy. That's a very cute little dude. Noxious Newt, I'm just gonna solidly put you into like B- area actually. Mana Dork for a couple turns, and then a blocker when you need it to be a blocker is really good. 1/2 is bizarre. He survives some little guys, I guess, but it could have been a 1/1 and it would have been totally fine. But 1/2 is just good. Shopkeeper's Bane. That is gross. I don't really like that thing's face. 3 mana 4/2 Badger Pest with Trample. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 2 life. That card's a key card already. Okay, good. Shopkeeper's Bane. 4 mana or sorry, 3 mana, 4/2 with trample that gains 2 life every swing is weirdly strong. Especially with the life gain triggers. Tenured Concoctor. This guy looks fucking crazy. Oh, he's a troll. I thought he had like pipes of some sort that he was like smoking. I was really confused for a second there. With the extra teeth coming out of his face. 5 mana, 4/5 Vigilance Troll Druid. What was that one in red that kind of gave me that same vibe? I've forgotten the names of so many of these already. Pigment Wrangler? It was almost exactly the same like stat line and stuff too. Pigment Wrangler's pretty good, but where is it? Motherfucker. I'll remember it eventually. But I was like, oh, that's really good. And then this is really good too. 5 mana, 4/5 with Vigilance is solidly above rate, as is C+ easy already. Whenever this creature becomes a target of spell or ability an opponent controls, you draw a card. Okay. Upside on a downside. Okay. And this creature gets +2/+0 as long as you gain life this turn, which doesn't only happen on your turn. You could get a life on the opponent's turn if you have the right spells. So this could be a 6/5 on attack and a 6/5 on block. This is C+. It's just good. It's just a good creature. Wild Hypothesis. X and green. Create green and blue fractal, put counters on it, and surveil 2. So it's literally just make one of these guys for X. Which annoyingly will never be the mana value you pay into it. It's always going to be one less than the total amount of mana you played, which always bothers me about the fractals. But Surveil 2 staple to it. You pay 5, get a 4/4. Surveil 2 is okay. I'm pretty fine with that. I'm gonna call that a C. It's a little below rate, but Surveil 2 is good. So okay. Efflorescence. 3 mana instant. Put +2 or 2/+1/+1 counters on target creature. If you gain life this turn, that creature also gains trample and indestructible till end turn. That's a weird one. And that like +2/+2 is fine. The trample and indestructible is pretty good, but I guess you do this as it's a combat trick mostly, but this is C. It's a little expensive. You have to gain the life to get the second part, but the +2/+2 is probably not enough most of the time. Like I'd still prefer a giant growth, I think. But if it was like giant growth, but if you gain life, get indestructible and trample for 3, I would be okay with that. 2 counters is nice though, because if you can ensure your guy stays alive, it will stick around at the very least. But it's expensive for what that is. Oracle Restoration. Green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 till end turn. You draw a card and gain a life. That's a pretty nice little cantrip for the life gain stuff. I like giving something a target spell for the repartee in white, and you draw a card and gain a life for blue and black. So that hits like a good card in all of the color splashes this could be in really well. Except for red. Red might just care about spells being cast though, so it's still a sorcery, and I don't think it's super impactful, so I think it stays in C-, but I like that it touches all of the abilities a little bit. Studious First Year, that's a really weirdly long-necked bear. 1 mana Bear Wizard for 1/1 comes in prepared. 1 mana 1/1 is kind of barf with no effect. Rampant Growth, great. Basic land, card put on the battlefield, tap, shuffle. So you play this turn 1, play that turn 2, you play a bigger thing turn 4, or turn 3, but has 4 mana out. It's fine. I think a lot of times it's just going to come out and eat a blocker though, so I don't think it's super good. I don't think it goes above C-. Maybe Maybe I put that down to D+, but I think if you can get it out in rampant growth in the same turn, you're pretty happy. But that's just a 3-mana rampant growth, but you also have a body. Okay. All the colors are done. Now there's multicolor, colorless, and lands still. Multicolor is by far the biggest section. So I guess I'll just go down the list and start from the left and go to the right. How you doing, Cleo? What are your little house? Yep. A hairball, I heard it. What are you doing? Okay? Yep. Okay, here we go. Look at big baby. Oh. Luckily, I can hold you and I can review. She's a good girl. She needs her baby cuddles. Professor Delian Fell. Let's see if he sucks the same way that Ral did. Okay, so 4 mana, 5 loyalty. That's pretty high. +2, gain 3 life. Okay. 0, draw a card, lose a life. Okay, both those are good. -3, destroy a creature. Very good. You get an emblem with whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much. That's not very impactful, but it is very achievable. So you +2 him, and then maybe you let a 1/1 hit him, or you block it, and then you do that next turn, and you're just good to go. I would call him solid, but not really incredible, but solid. Okay. Delian Fell. You are, let's say, wait till. You want more cuddles? I'm sorry, I'm using my free hand to mouse. You want to sit on my lap? Got my leg up for you. Here you go. Yeah, I think he's like a B-. Gain life, draw a card is both good. Destroy a creature is good. It's a little heavy for him, but doesn't protect himself that much. He does remove something. The ultimate's not that crazy. It's just good. Yeah, just good. Aziza, Mage Tower Captain, red-white legendary Djinn sorcerer. Hot red lady with blue lips and blue hair. Funny. 2/2 for 2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you may tap 3 untapped creatures you control. If you do, copy that spell, and you may choose new targets for the copy. That's pretty good. And you can tap her, and it doesn't need to be like summoning sick or anything. It's just strong. She's not particularly special body-wise, though. Like 2/2 for 2 with no ward, no ability. It's just going to eat a shock at the first chance, essentially. But I do like free casting spells, especially if it's with stuff I don't actually have to pay for. There was that other card that had that same ability, the white. Where is it? Antiquities on the list. Nope. Nope, never mind. I may be hallucinating. Was it a red card? I don't know. One of them literally was like, flashback, tapped some creatures, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. And now I kind of see where that fits in, but I rated it fairly highly because I like flashback when I don't have to pay for the flashback. Okay. Cool. Berta Wise Extrapolator. That's a cute frog. 4 mana frog druid for 1/4 with increment. Whenever one or more one counters put on her, add a mana of any color. Ugh. I mean, I can see where that's good. I don't like it, though. I guess worst comes to worst, you can use her ability to make a fractal, and hers pays at least even with what it is. Berta, Wise Extrapolator. Four mana 1/4 is barf though. I like the mana thing. In a lot of cases, you're gonna get some of the mana back, so it's kind of like a cost reduction. And if you don't have anything to cast with it, you can still put that back into a creature thing. I don't think it goes higher than a C for me either. A lot of these so far are just kind of like cool, but not that cool. The dragons are disgustingly crazy though. Bleck Loafing Pest. 3 mana legendary creature pest. 3 mana for 3/4. It's above rate a little bit. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on each pet. That's really good. Although I don't think I've seen many bat, insects, snakes, or spiders. Maybe like 2 snakes and maybe 1 insect. So that's almost exclusively for pests in this one. Loafing Pest, 3 mana, 3/4 that triggers pretty reliably on pet stuff. I'm gonna call that a 3 or a C plus, I should say. Nita, Forum Councilator. White, black, and 1 colorless for Human Advisor, 2/3. So 3 mana for 2/3. Meh, okay. But whenever you cast a spell you don't own, very hard to do in this set, outside of her own ability, I mean. Put a counter on each creature you control. Sacrifice another creature, exile target instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. You may cast it this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Activate this sorcery. I like that you don't have to tap for it, so you can do it multiple times if you've got the mana. And she will get bigger fairly easy, but not that easy. You're still going to be paying, I assume, 2 + 3 in a lot of cases for useful spells. But even if you're casting 2 and 1 for something cheap, you're still getting a counter on each creature, which is pretty good. But you do have to sacrifice a creature each time, so maybe you can get token spells from your opponent and recast them. Where is she? Nita, Farm Conciliator, C plus. I like the growth. Unlike those two. Zaphia the Tempests, or Zaphia the Tempest. This guy was leaked pretty early. Only during each of your turns, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. 7 mana, 5/7 guy that lets you cast stuff for free. He's really the key for the big mana spell decks, allowing you to like double cast stuff. Where's Zaphia? What you looking at, Cleo? Meow. You what? You're so cute. She's like laying in my lap, looking up at me like this, facing me obviously, and then she sees me looking over here, so she like turns her head over to look at what I'm looking at. Sorry, cat hair keeps sticking to my nose. Zaphia the Tempest, he's very expensive, but he's quite strong too. And you could use that free cast for a counter spell or something. Ow! What the fuck you bite me for, Cleo? Ow, 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 ow. You want me to pet you more? What's going on? I'm not paying you enough attention? Not better? Get some happy rubs and neck scratches. There you go. Yeah. She doesn't bite me too hard, but she just like looks up at me, and if I don't pet her the way she's wanting to, she goes and just like doesn't break the skin or anything, but just like grabs a good chunk of it and like teases me till I pay attention to her. Just like okay. Cauldron of Essence, 3 mana artifact. Whenever creature you control dies, each opponent loses life, you gain a life. I love life swings. And it's each opponent, which is really good. Pay 1 black green, sacrifice a creature, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Really, really good. Especially in green black with all the pests being able to basically reanimate anything in your graveyards for a pest and also trigger your life gain is really strong. I might even put that up in the like, say like a solid B, because it triggers your life gain. It also triggers its own life gain, and you get stuff back pretty easily. Only once per turn, but 3 mana is a very easy cost to pay for that. Hey, it's Dina the tea drinker. 3 mana, instant, search a library for a creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand, or graveyard. Weird, but flexible, and I like that. It's a good tutor. Cool. Been a while since we had a solid one of those. Less good and limited, but still valuable. Especially with the reanimation options. That comes, I would say, C+. So we'll go over there. Fix What's Broken. Oh, I like the two of these together. The Rivalry and Fix What's Broken one. Fix What's Broken, I think, is decidedly stronger, though. Fix What's Broken is a 4 mana sorcery. Additional cost to this spell, pay X life. Return each artifact and creature card with mana value X from your graveyard. So, it's not X or less. It's only X specifically. Okay, never mind. Maybe it's not as good. Where is the other one? Just so we can compare it. Visceral Rivalry. There we go. Destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X or less. This one's stronger. This one, not saying X or less, sucks, actually. Still pretty good, because you could say, oh, I've got 3 1-drops, or 3 2-drops, or 5 3-drops in there. And then you just pay 3 and get your 5 cards back, whatever suits you best. But this one is decidedly stronger when you're just like, oh, the biggest creature they have on their board is a 6/6. I'll pay 6 life to wipe the fucking board for real. It's Toxic Deluge, but hits artifacts. That's very much stronger now. I missed that didn't say X or less on it, because I saw them both saying X or less, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. That's a fun way to bring stuff back for exactly the same thing on your side. I'll give Fix What's Broken a C then, and Vicious Rivalry gets like a B minus, I think. Yeah, I had a little dream of getting both of these, casting this one turn, and then on my next turn casting this, and just paying 10 life to do it, but completely wiping and then getting all the stuff back from the graveyard seems really fun. And coincidentally, this one is crazy good, but it's kind of expensive too. 7 mana sorcery, choose up to 4. You can choose the same mode more than once. Destroy target permanent, destroy target permanent, destroy target permanent, destroy target permanent. Or return target online permanent, return target online permanent, return target online permanent. Straight to the graveyard. So if you have a bunch of expensive cards, that's pretty good. If they have a bunch of expensive cards, blowing up some of their stuff is good. I don't like 7 mana though, and that always kind of dips my score down a little bit. It is possible to get to them in limited, but like it's rough to hit a 7 mana spell on like turn 3 on your draw or something. But this is a nice kind of flexible and balanced one of them, so I think I'd probably still stick it in B, maybe even B plus, but it wouldn't get to the high end because of the mana cost kind of prohibitively being bad for me. That's also the same reason why Prismari is not like an A plus card for me. It's too expensive. You get it there and then it's just gonna die or get counterspelled or something. But it's very good. Okay, Geometer's Arthropod. 2 mana, 1/4 Fractal Crab. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, look at the top X cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, the rest of the body of your library in random order. A 2 mana, 1/4 is above rate. It's not good, though. If you have a lot of X spells, this is just a free card every time you cast one. And it's a nice dig, too, but I don't think this sits above a C. Because while the body's above rate, the effect is not. You have to hit a pretty high number of X spells and be able to cast them for like decent value to fit that pretty good, I think. I think all the converge spells should have been X spells instead of just like 5 mana bad red sorcery. Like, okay, make it an instant, make it an X spell, and then you've got like a fun, useful one of those. But they always do it kind of wrong. Mind into matter. X green blue sorcery. Draw X cards. Put a permanent card with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield tap. This reminds me of the expertise cards from Kaladesh, where it's like, oh, it's a 5 mana card that does a thing, and then you get to free cast a spell. Instead of casting, you just put it on the battlefield, which is debatably better sometimes. Some cards have the cast triggers, or the when you cast the spell, you reduce the cost or whatever. So play smart around it, but like 5 mana to draw 3 cards is not the best value, especially because we've got this nice one up here, 3 mana draw 2 cards. That's like the king of this. And it's an instant, which is just straight up better divination now. But it's still fine, and like I said, there's going to be a lot of big turns with these where it's like, oh, I've got 20 mana and 1 spell to use on it or something. But don't draw 20 cards, you'll lose. You'll almost certainly lose the game in that case. I'll put this as like a C+, because you could put a pretty big body out onto the battlefield. Draw some good cards. Applied Geometry. 2 and green and blue. Create a token's copy of target non-aura permanent you control, except it's a 0/0 fractal in addition to its other types. Put 6 counters on it. That's really good. That's a 4 mana 6/6 that is just better version of whatever permanent you already have. Could be a creature, could be another enchantment or artifact that has a good effect on it that you just want to have more of. This one's a really good one. Also, this reminds me of Aerith for some reason. Also the music, but it kind of looks like Aerith. Like Aerith if she was a fancy lady. Applied Geometry. That's like a B. That's like a B for me, I think. The red, white mill stuff is interesting to me. There's a couple of them that all have mill effects, and I am very curious about them. So, Arc of Hunger is terrifying looking. 2 red, white artifact. Whatever one or more cards leave your graveyard, this artifact deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you gain 1 life. I love life swings. And you mill a card, and you can play that card this turn. This itself is not incredibly impactful, but there are, I'd say, not as many as I'd like that do this effect, or that have graveyard card leaving the graveyard effects in red, white. But there are some, so you can definitely build around it. And, weirdly, this plays well with green, black. So if you have the means to splash this into your green-black deck, could be a really good card to have. Sorry, cat hair. But it obviously goes in the red-white deck pretty easily. And I think milling a card and then playing that card works really nicely to just trigger itself. It's like basically drawing a card, and if you play it, you get to drain them for 2, essentially. So C+. It's a little expensive for getting that effect, but it is pretty strong card advantage. So Color Storm Stallion. I like this one quite a bit. 3 mana, 3/3 with haste. Perfect. Great. I love it. Word 1, just icing. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this gets +1/+1 till the turn. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast the spell, create a token as a copy of this creature. So you get another horse. The +1/+1 is whatever. It's prowess. It's not the counter type, which I liked a lot more. I still am not super stoked about 5 or more mana, because a lot of this deck just doesn't turn on until you hit that point. But there's a lot of powerful effects that can happen if you can do it. Lewin, exchange student. Oh, is she from the Lorwyn. That's pretty funny. 4 mana, Elf Druid, 3/4. Lewin enters prepared. Exile target creature card from your graveyard, and Lewin comes prepared. Activate only as a sorcery. But it doesn't cost anything, doesn't require to be tapped. That's really dope. She is a pest generator. That's really dope, actually. So, 4 mana, 3/4. Yeah, it's like a C. Enters prepared. That's nice. Pest friend. Make a pest, and whenever it attacks, that's really, 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 really good. An exile creature card from your graveyard. If you're not planning to get creature cards back, re-preparing her to make more pests is really, really easy. I think she's sitting at a solid C plus again, as well. Nothing like crazy has popped out of the gold stuff to me so far. Where is she? Am I blind? Oh, she's uncommon. I thought she was a rare. Oh wow. Yeah, C plus. But that's a good one for that. Being able to redo pest stuff is very strong. Kirol history buff. Oh wait, there's a bunch of buff Twinkie cave divers. Why is there so many of them? That's really funny. 2 mana, red white, vampire cleric, 2/3. So 2 mana for 2/3, already above rate a little bit. Whenever one of our cards leave your graveyard, he becomes prepared. That's a little harder to do, but it is kind of key to a lot of those. So pack punch, 1 red white, mill a card, put 2 counters on that on target creature. It gains trample die turn. That's pretty good on that effect, I think. Milling a card for nothing doesn't feel great in red white, but like I said, there's enough cards that let you play them from the graveyard, so or remove them from the graveyard for value. He's a C plus too, just because of the value he's got alone on the body, and then being able to do that every day, that I think is quite strong for red white. Abigail, Poet Laureate. I really like Abigail too. 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. That's a little above rate. Whenever you cast a creature spell, she becomes prepared. Really good. 2 mana, put a counter on target creature. Just solid. Instantly re-prepare whenever you cast another thing. C plus. Hardened Academic. I like the barn owl looking guy. Also, I love my cheap flying hasters. 2 mana, red white, 2/1 flying haste. Discard a card, gains lifelink on a turn. Whenever one of our cards leave your graveyard, put a counter on target creature you control. This thing could be a house. It's the Jeskai Mantis I loved for so long. Hardened Academic. Interesting. C plus for the cap, I think, of him. On his own, he's just barely edging into that one, though. Conciliator's Duelist. Core Warlock. White, white, black, black, 4/3. Hardcast, pretty solid stats. This creature enters, draw a card. Each player loses a life. I like that. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, exile up to 1 target creature card. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So you could sack this guy. Flicker, 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 flicker. Repartee. Draw a card. Everyone loses some life. At least you don't have to recast him again. It's annoyingly hard cast. I'm going to treat him as if you weren't able to do the repartee as often. I'd still call him a C+. Not for the stats alone, but the draw card and the lose a life is a nice little on-top bonus, where you get the value, they don't, and everybody loses one anyways. Sanar, Unfinished Genius, little goblin sorcerer. 2 mana, blue-red, 0/4. Not stoked about that, but it is fine. Sanar enters prepared, and you can tap him to create a treasure token. Activate only if you cast an instant or sorcery turn. That's a pretty good effect on him, although he's defensive, so I don't like doing that on my turn. Just assuming that I cast my spells on my turn to get value out of it. He enters prepared though, so you can pay Wild Idea at 3 blue red sorcery. Search your library for instant sorcery card revealed. Put it in your hand. Shuffle. It's an expensive tutor. I think a lot of times I'm going to be happier to just tap in Create Treasure. I don't know if it goes too high though. It's a little awkward, I feel. The only if you've done a thing this turn is a little rough. Not crazy, but it's not bad or anything. Tam, it's Jason Vraska's kid, probably. 4 mana, Gorgon Wizard for 4/3, 2 green blue. Landfall, whenever a land you comes entered, Tam becomes prepared. That's pretty easy. Draw a card, gain a life, super easy. And triggers your sorcery, gains a life, blah, 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 blah. Pretty good. Good enough stats to at least call it a C+ for the coming in with that ability available and being able to trigger that probably every turn. Not getting any crazy buffs from it, but it does enable a lot of little things. Life gain, drawing cards, and being prepared easily. The charms. Okay, the charms are all quite good. I think this one's good overall. I think the one I said was the best was probably the lore hold one, especially for limited here. Okay, so put 2 counters to target creature for an instant. That's pretty good. Exile target creature, power 2 or less. That's pretty good. Each opponent loses 3 life. You gain 3 life. That's very good. Those are all solid options. You don't get to choose more than one, but very good. All things that people are happy to see happen on your side of the field, at least. Maybe not theirs. So I'll call that a B-. Whoops. Removal or buff or big life swing is good. And the Prismari Charm is like, it's just good, but it's not as impactful as the other ones. Surveil 2, draw a card, that's fine. Deal 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 target creatures is not enough for me, but it's fine. Turn target non-land permanent destroy his hand is pretty okay. It's just a good bounce. But they're all like fine, but not great effects for what they are. Prismari Charm is somewhere. There we go. So much that I'm going to put that one into C+, where it's not as good as the other ones. Witherbloom Charm, sacrifice permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. Good effect. Gain 5 life. Not that great, but relevant to the colors. Destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. That hits a lot of stuff. Artifacts, enchantments, creatures, anything. And there's a lot of good 2-drops and tokens that you may want to just explode. So I'm plenty happy with all of those options too. Witherbloom Charm. There we go. B-. Lore Hold one is the one I think is the most interesting. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of their choice. Fairly rare in this set. There's like, I think there's a couple colorless, but most of them are archaics. And there's like 1 or 2 colored artifacts in like red and blue. But yeah, not many of them so far. So that could be very specific, like removal. Return target artifact or creature card from mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Reanimator in red-white is very weird. Creatures you can get +1/+1 and gain trample on a turn. That's also very not red-white colors here in this set so far. Like green, I think, is the only one that's given trampled everything. But it's nice. Lorehold is the one that I think surprised me the most as being like very solidly playable. So it's a B-. I love removal, reanimate, and field buff is really nice there. Quandrix Charm is, as you know, blue counterspell, destroy stuff, make a thing. Counter target spell unless his opponent plays 2. Okay, it's goodish counterspell. You play it on tempo. Start target enchantment. There's very rare enchantment destruction so far in this set, so this is kind of one of the better ones. Target creature gets base power, toughness 5/5, whatever. That's kind of fine. You pump a blocker, you pump an attacker. I'd prefer to use it for any of the other two modes most of the time. Quantic Charm, C plus with the Prismari Charm. Stirring Honormancer, weird color setup. 2 white, white or black, and black. So 5 mana, 4/5. Okay. When this creature enters, look at the top X cards of the library, where X is the number of creatures you control. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. If you play this, you get to put the top card of your library into your hand, and that's it. 5 mana, 4/5 that draws you one. In the worst case, is fine. Not good. The casting cost is stiff, to say the least. But it's like hovering between C and plus, because if it didn't have the ability, it would just be a C. It does have the ability though, but I don't know if it's quite enough to go up there. But like I said, there's a good chance you get at least a couple spell or a couple creatures out, so it's probably a C plus most of the time. The floor is really bad though. Just drawing one card is not exciting. Scolding Administrator, 2 mana Dwarf Cleric, and it is a 2/2 with Menace, which is pretty good stats. Repartee, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell targets creature, put a counter on this creature. When it dies, if it counters, put those counters on to another creature, or up to one creature. This is a solid little guy that does everything you want in the black-white stuff. Scolding Administrator. It's not very, like, super impactful, but you get him out early, which is kind of nice for this specifically, because then you can actually cast spells that do stuff with him, and he could get pretty beefy if you do it at the right timing. You got a handy little beater that if it dies, it buffs one of your other guys. Oh yeah, Killian. He is not a creature in this one, I don't think. 2 mana sorcery, white black. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Draw a card. I don't like that it's just a temp buff, but draw a card is fine. Whenever one or more creatures you deal combat damage to a player this turn, you may pay white and black, or white or black, I should say. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's repeatable repartee triggers with a draw card stable onto it. I don't like the need to pay it after, but you're paying this before combat, so you at least have an idea that this is going to happen. I assume this isn't worded that way. It should say, like, until end of turn, whenever one more creatures you don't deal combat damage, you pay this, return it from your graveyard to your hand. But I'm curious if this triggers from your graveyard. Like, if this is in your graveyard, can you do that effect? I don't know. I feel like it probably should say until end of turn, whenever one or more creatures deal combat damage, do that. To Google quickly. Killian's Confidence Ruling. Is a white-black hybrid sorcery, draw a card with the graveyard ability to return the hand for 2 white-black men. Damage is dealt. Strong repeatable cantrip for Orzhov. That doesn't say a ruling on it. I don't see any rulings for it, annoyingly. I'm curious because the wording doesn't particularly say that this has to be on the turn you cast it to trigger. If it doesn't mean that, like if you can cast it from your graveyard regardless of you casting it to do this, then that's ridiculously good. It's a really, 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 really good card in both Silver Quill and Lorehold. Either way, though, even if you just plan around it, I still think this is bonkers. I think this is a very solid card there. All right, Fractal Tender, 5 mana, 3/3, Elf Wizard with Ward 2. 5 mana, 3/3, Porf. Ward 2, whatever. Increment, I'm not a big super fan of. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature, create a fractal and put 3 counters on it. That part is really good, and it makes a lot of sense why that is more costed like that. Making a 3/3 every time you put a counter on this is ridiculous. I think this almost plays better in the repartee / black-green decks because they can put counters on without actually needing to be incremented. Fractal Tender, where are you? Still not a big fan of it being 5 mana, but it is a solid C+ at the very least. Colossus of the Blood Age, 6 mana construct, one of the few artifacts we've seen so far. 6 mana, 6/6, great. When this creature enters, deal 3 damage to each opponent, you gain 3 life, great. This creature dies, discard any number of cards, put that many cards +1 into your hand. Draw, I should say. Yeah, that's just a good big guy. Colossus of the Blood Age. C+. I love the enter and die effects being quite strong. Social Snub, this is dark. 3 mana, when you cast a spell while you control a creature, you may copy it. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So cast the spell, you have a creature, you copy it, so everybody else removes 2. And they lose 2, and you gain 2. And you lose 2 creatures if you have 2 creatures. Or 1 if you only had 1. That's a pretty good Aristocrats sacrifice kind of edict effect. I like it a lot, actually. Social Snub, 3 mana is totally playable for that. I'll put it at C because if you don't have a creature, just removing a creature from your opponent's side is fine, but not crazy. Growth Curve, 2 mana sorcery, green blue. Put a counter on target creature, and then double that number of counters on that creature. Very good. Especially because there haven't been many green spells that do that raw. There have been like the increment shit. Yeah, so this gets 2 creatures, or 2 counters, but if you have counters on it already, it gets bigger significantly. Snooping Page. 3 mana Human Cleric with 2/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this creature can't be blocked this turn. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose life. I like that combo. Snooping Page plus Killian's Confidence is really good. Eavesdropping is not a misdeed in the forum, but a fact of life. So, repartee, can't be blocked. Whenever he deals damage, draw a card, lose life. Give him Killian's Confidence, he becomes a 3/4. Draw a card, gain a life, put this back in your hand. It's pretty fun little setup there. I like it. I'm curious to see how it goes. C+, because I like drawing cards, and I think that's a pretty easy trigger to make him unblockable. Practiced Scrollsmith, red, white, and then white. 3 mana, 3/2 first strike. Good. When this creature enters, exile target non-creature, not that card from your graveyard. Until the end of your next turn, you may cast that card. Great. So, artifact, enchantment, or spell. Cool. 3/2 first strike for 3 is solid still. And I like recast, so C+. Especially that like stupid 6 mana one. This is significantly better for less mana. Borrowed Knowledge, 4 mana, 2 red white. Sorcery. Choose one. Discard your hand. The draw cards equal to the number of cards in target opponent's hand. I like that. Discard your hand. Draw cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. So you just pick the better one. Cool. This is a expensive one-sided wheel. It's okay. Borrowed knowledge. This is a C. It could be good in limited. Maybe not as good in limited, but Rapturous Moment. 6 mana sorcery. Draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards, add 5 mana. So you trigger Opus, you draw 3 cards, you can trigger Opus again if you have another big spell. I don't like this costing 6, but it is a pretty strong spell. Refill your hand, pick the best spell, cast another spell. Actually, I think that's C-. It's a little expensive for my taste. Spectacular Sky Whale. I like this one. It's pretty. 4 mana Elemental Whale, 1/4 with flying, 2 blue-red. A 1/4 flyer is kind of bad. Whenever you get an instant or cast an instant or sorcery spell, this gets +3/+0 to turn. If 5 or more is spent it, put 3 counters instead. Great for that part. I don't like this costing 4 mana. It's a little expensive to get there. If this cost 3 or 2 even, and it had like 1 toughness, I would have been far happier to play it. 4 mana is a little on the high end, but it's quite strong. I would call it a C, I think. Just because it's a little heavy to get there, and you've got to have more heavy spells to cast after as well. Teacher's Pest. This is a spooky looking little pest here. Oh, he's a skeleton, that's why. Black-green skeleton pest. 1/1 with menace. Whenever this creature attacks, you get a life. Great. It's hard to block. And you can bring it back from your graveyard to the battlefield, tap. Great. There's a repeatable, gettable pest that triggers life gain stuff. I like him a lot. It's a shame he doesn't get bigger, but you've got plenty of other cards in those colors that do get him bigger. So C. Okay. Cuboid Colony. I love the cube of bees. 2 mana, 1/1 flash flying trample with increment. Green, blue, pretty easy to cast. Flash in on the end of your opponent's turn or before you're going to cast a spell, and then flying trample just to be a beefy, annoying cube of bees. Increment. At least this thing has a small casting cost plus increment, so you can actually work up from it pretty decently. I like it a lot. Cube of Bees is dope. Cuboid Colony. I'm gonna put it at C because I do think increment is considerably weaker. A lot of times if you're able to cast it and it's like, oh, you did cast a 2 mana spell, but now you only have a 1 mana spell, and then you cast a 3 mana spell and you only have a 2 mana spell, and you just I don't like curving my spells that hard to work with it because it's off whatever your actual casting cost is already. Here, let's just skip back a bit because not done the review yet. Molten Note. X red white. The sorcery. Molten Note deals damage to a creature equal to the amount of mana spent you cast the spell. So pay 4, you deal 4 damage. Nice. Untap all creatures you control. That's really dope, actually. Weird to untap all creatures you control. I guess it's like post-combat. It's pretty good. The X is weirdly there because it doesn't actually refer to the X cost at all. Flashback for 8. I mean, it's nice that it has flashback. It's crazy that it's that expensive. But I like the first half. Deals damage equal to the amount of the spell. I love that. I like that better because they haven't used... They use a lot of those saying X, but instead if you pay 4, you get 6 total. So that's pretty good. Sorcery actually does make that a little worse. I'm just going to put that C+. But I like that one a lot. Old Growth Educator. Disgusting Tree Man. 4 mana Tree Folk. 4/4 Vigilance Reach. 4 mana 4/4 Vigilance Reach. Bam. Could you just put 2 counters on it if you gain life this turn? So it's a 6/6 4 mana Vigilance Reach. Disgusting. That card is really good if you can play it properly. It doesn't get any bigger, but this is a beefcake. C+, easy. Actually, probably even B minus, I'd say. 6/6 vigilance reach for 4 is really easy. Stress dream. Oh no, I'm dying at my art table. We're getting choked by my paintings. 5 mana, 3 blue red instant. Deals 5 damage to one target creature. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of those in your hand. Put the other on the bottom of your library. 5 mana, deal 5 at instant speed is pretty good. And then you get to dig a little bit. It's okay. Let's call that C+. It's a little expensive, but I know they got that Opus shit. Paradox Surveyor, 3 mana, green, green or blue, blue, 3/3, reach after he's not flying. That's annoying. 3 mana, 3/3 with reach is okay. I don't know what he's doing actually. Standing on one leg with a sextant, doing a weird look. I thought he was floating up in the air with a guitar. When this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card or a card with an X in its mana cost from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. It's a dig. Okay, 3 mana, 3/3 with reach, C+. The Paradox Surveyor is fine. The dig is pretty good. 6 or digging 5 is pretty good. The actual card is not super great on its own otherwise, but 3 is fine. Or sorry, C+ is fine. Okay. Abstract Paint Mage, 3 mana, 2/2, blue, blue or red, and red is Djinn Sorcerer. Beginning of your first main phase, add red, blue or red, and spend this mana only cast instant sorceries. This one is really dope, I think, actually, because it turns all of those annoyingly expensive spells into 3 mana spells, 4 mana spells, and you easily cast it. 3 mana for a 2/2 is a little below rate, but it adds 2 mana every turn is really good. Only to your first main phase, so you gotta be particular about it, but I am fine with that one. It's hard because the 2 mana puts it up in C+, the 2/2 puts it down into C. I think I like the mana more than I care about the body size. Essence Scholar, or Essence Knit Scholar, 3 mana, black, black or green, green, 3/1 Dryad Warlock. 3 mana, 3/1. It's like a C. Enters, create a 1/1 black green pest token, blah 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 blah. If the beginning end step of a creature died in your controller's turn, draw a card. If a creature died, draw a card. It's not bad. This is probably going to be the one that dies in most combats because 1 toughness. Whenever putting an extra token out essentially makes this like a 4/2 on 2 bodies. I don't dislike that because it also gives you another pest. It's not repeatable in any way, unfortunately, but the dying part you could probably manipulate pretty well to get some better drawing cards, especially if you got some more pests. Mind Roots, 3 mana sorcery, 1 black green. I like the art a lot. Target player discards 2 cards. Put up to 1 land discarded this way out of the battlefield tapped under your control. That's fun. I don't think I saw that one before. I like that a lot. Like a mind rot, but you can steal a land if they discard a land is really fun. Actually, I like that a lot. That's gonna go quite a bit higher for me because that's like pseudo ramp if they don't discard carefully. That's pretty funny. Proctor's Gaze, 4 mana instant. It's a very stuffy looking lady there. 2 green blue. Return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield. Tap. Bounce and search. It's not badly costed. The instant really is what makes it good here, I think, because a lot of these 4 mana bounce permanent spells are usually sorceries, which I think hurts them a lot in limited. But this one's pretty good. Doesn't even have to be their stuff, but generally you're gonna tempo their stuff, I think, a lot of the time. Root Manipulation, 5 mana sorcery, 3 black green. Until end of turn, creatures you control get +2/+2, gain menace, and whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. That's a pretty good overrun. I like menace as well as trample, but black green overrun. I think this would be in C because it is a little expensive, but If you got some pests, that's pretty good. You're going to gain a bunch of life. You got a bunch of 3/3 menaces then. Startled Relic Sloth. That thing looks gross, actually. 4 mana, 4/4 Sloth Beef, Trample Lifelink. I love 4/4s for 4 that have good bodies on them. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from my graveyard. I like that. That's a good way to repeatedly do that thing. Also, 4/4 Trample Lifelink is pretty good. I don't know why it's startled, but that's funny. It's a lot of stats on that thing. I'm going to call it a B-. Vibrant Outburst. I like the art. It's just plastered with paint. Blue-red instant. Target things deals 3 damage to any target. Tap up to 1 target creature. Lightning Strike with a tap a creature on instant for 2 is kind of crazy. That's just ridiculously good. Like you are paying 2 colors, so it is fairly limiting, but it's really good. I'd actually probably put that into B. That is like a double 2-for-1 on a tempo speed on attack or something. Like, oh, you blow up one of their creatures, tap the bigger creatures, swing out for like 8 damage. It's really, really strong. Embrace the Paradox. 5 mana instant. Oh yeah. It's one of my favorite cards from the older sets, like Gatecrash or whatever. Rebuild the city. Evolution the city. Fuck, what's it called? It's gonna bother me. Draw 3. Put a land on the battlefield. Civic Evolution? Something like that? No, it's showing me the new one. Blue, green, 3. Yeah, why can't I find it? Oh no, it's gonna bug me. Fuck. Hey, I land. Why is it only showing the new one? Damn it. Fuck. Urban Evolution. There we go. Jesus. I don't know. It was so hard to find. Urban Evolution, but an instant, and it's not play a land. It's just put a land. Okay. That's worse and better at the same time. Playing a land is often more valuable than just putting a land, but landfall only cares about the land entering. So, but Embrace Paradox, I love it. I love Urban Evolution, and draw 3 cards, put a land on the battlefield is totally fine for 5. Embrace the Paradox. That's a common, eh? That's a C plus B minus. B minus. Curious Incomage, 3 mana, 3/3 with Vigilance. He's a C plus. Enter Surveil 2, that's fine. Yeah, C plus. Pursue the Past, red white sorcery. Gain 2 life, discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Pretty good. Pretty just solid, good card draw in red white. And flashback, do again later. Cool. It's kind of weird how a lot of the extra gain life triggers have been in red white when the green black and blue green ones have won it at the most, but I guess that's there to help motivate you to play more Converge, which I'm not super a big fan of, but I think the draw card has to be C plus. Okay, scroll down. Render Speechless, 4 mana, 2 white black sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards the card. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature. I'm not a big fan of 4 mana discard a card and put 2 counters on a creature is not as good as I'd expect for that. This is like a C minus for me. Especially if somehow the first one whiffs or they don't have a long land card to destroy. you put some counters on a creature, but maybe they responded and removed your creature or something. Like, it's just could double whiff in bad ways. Stadium Title Mage surfing through a tube with a big fucking ink thing is really bizarre. 4 mana Jin Sorcerer for and a 4/4. Whenever this creature enters or attack, you may discard a card and discard a card. Okay. Loot on a 4/4 for 4. Not having an additional like buff ability, I think makes this a little weaker than most of the standard 4/4s, but it's still pretty good. Reliable loot is fairly strong and limited. Visionary Dance. This is this poor frog. Looks like it's being chased by a whole bunch of flaming things, but I think he's supposed to be conjuring them. But it looks like he's running from them, scared, which is funnier. 7 mana sorcery. Create 2/3 blue and red elemental creature tokens with flying. That part's pretty good. It's Magma Opus, but worse. Because they don't make 4/4s, but they do have flying. So pay 2, discard this card, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and one in the graveyard. Yeah, it's almost better for the cycling half here. Visionary Dance is like a C- for me. I'm probably, if I ever have to play that, it's going to be for the discard half most of the time. Wilt in the Heat, 4 mana instant, 2 red white. This is a Witherbloom guy melting in the desert, I guess. This spell costs 2 less to cast if 1 or more cards left your graveyard this turn. Wow, cool. Wilt in the Heat deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. That's a spicy removal, and very easily only played in that particular house too. I like that. I don't think it goes above C+, but I'd still pay 4 at instant speed to kill and exile something for 5. It's pretty good. Terrafractal, X blue-green dinosaur fractal 1/0 flying. This creature enters with X 1/1 counters on it. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. You could pay 2 and just have it die and gain 2 life. It's annoying that that's not a 0/1 at the very least, but I assume you have to pay this for at least 3, unless you've got other effects that give it a counter when it enters. But 3 mana for a 2/1 that gains you 2 life is okay. 4 mana for a 3/2, 5 mana for a 4/2 or a 4/3. If this said enters with the total mana you paid, I would have loved it. But instead, you're always paying 2 for nothing essentially. Terrafractal, C. Could be really good. Probably not most of the time. Black green 2/2 Spirit Frog. When this creature or another creature you control enters, you gain a life. That's a pretty good one. Another decent way to trigger that. Oh, that's what the limerents are. It's a frog. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a gecko. Bogwater Limeret. C+. They need more triggers. Elemental Mascot. I like this art a lot. It's very pretty. 3 mana Elemental Bird. Flying Vigilance 1/4. That's the kind of stat I like to see on my weird tilted flying things. If they're going to be a 1/4, they need something else to make them sing pretty good. Opus. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, gets +1/+0 to unturn. If 5 more mana spent to cast an exile top card library, play that. That's bad effect though. Let's look at C. I don't think it's. I'd still play it. I wouldn't be that happy about it though. The whale's obviously better, but whale's also like too expensive for that effect, I think. Fractal Mascot. 6 mana, 6/6 trample fractal elk. Wow, it's that that dragon or that dinosaur gets around. But this one is strictly better. For this creature, just tap target creature to opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it, so it's down for 1 turn. Fractal Mascot. There you go. C plus because of the stun counter. The tempo's pretty good. Grapple with Death. Did I miss a... Oh, I didn't. They're down below. Grapple with Death. 3 mana sorcery. Store target artifact creature. Gain 1 life. Pretty good. Just solid, straight up removal. B minus. Inkling mascot. That thing does not look like anything. I can't tell what that is. Inkling cat. Oh, it's a lion. Oh, okay. That's not as distinct as they were before, I think. White, black, Inkling cat, for, and it's a 2/2 for 2. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, this creature gains flying during turn. Okay. Let's see. Pest mascot. That's a big pest. 3 mana, pest ape, 2/3 trample. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on this creature. That's pretty good, actually. C plus. Trampler that gets bigger and is pretty well statted for its cost. Spirit mascot. That's a cute bull. 2 mana, 2/2. Red, white. Spirit ox. Whenever one of our cards leave your graveyard, put a counter on this creature. Okay. No trample, no menace, no lifelink, no flying. Boo. C. I also think it's significantly harder to have the graveyard stuff go in and out constantly. What are these things that I didn't see here? What the fuck? Yeah, I didn't see those in this list here. What the fuck? Did I miss a row? They're all rare. They must have been up at the top. Ah, wait, I totally skipped a row somehow. What the heck? Suspend aggression. 1 red, white instant. Exile that target non-land permanent. And the next top card of your library. For each of those cards still may play it till the end of the next turn. I don't particularly like that. I prefer those kind of effects to be like... when they would play it, they have to pay 2 or something. Like the airbend from the last set, or the other sort of types of effects of those have been pretty good. It is nice, literally, like... unconditional removal for a turn, and it's possible they have to pay a lot, or it's something they can't repeatedly do, so it could be good. Yeah, it's not my favorite though. Spider technique. 1 blue red sorcery. Choose 1, draw 4 cards, or deal 4 damage to each creature in Planeswalker. That's a pretty good wipe. It's a little expensive. I'm going to take a wild guess and say draw 4 cards is going to be the mode of choice for most people that cast this. It's expensive, again, but both of those are pretty strong modes. Traumatic Critique. I really like the art in this one. You fucking bad painter. X blue-red instant. Traumatic Critique deals X damage to any target. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Cool. Yeah. Nice big fireball. Instant speed. A little more expensive than I like, but it's a good finisher or removal or whatever. Resonating Loot. 2 and blue-red. Artifact. Lands you control have 2 mana of any color. Spend this to... That's a really key card for this. Draw a card only if you have 7 or more cards in hand. This one's a little too expensive for me to be super excited about it, but it's a solid C+. Being able to cast those big spells quite a bit easier is quite strong. Oh, I must have like went from there to here and just totally skipped that row. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Hey, it's not Eldrazi. The Dawning Archaic. I'm gonna smoke one more. Finish this off right away. We're going. Dawning Archaic. 10 mana legendary creature avatar. 1 less to cast for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard. 7/7 with reach. Barf. for the stats and the ability, but it could cost quite a bit less. Whenever the Dying Archaic attacks, you may cast target instant or source card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. That's what put in your graveyard, exile instead. That part's crazy good. The actual cost and creature is rough. I'm going to call it a B, because it could just instantly get killed or countered when you put it out. Together as one. Converge. Target player draws X cards. Together as one does X damage to any target. You get X life, where X is the number of spells. Blah, 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 blah. Converge is not my favorite, and there's not that much particular support. Together as one is like a C plus. Draw cards, deal damage, gain life is fine, and I would play it in 3 color or more decks, but or obviously in a Converge deck, but 1, 2, or ish would be not playable, I don't think. Strixhaven Sky Coach, 3 mana, 3/2 artifact vehicle with flying. When it enters, search for a basic land card, put it in your hand, reveal. Crew 2 is it's fine. If you need some fixing or you're in Converge, it's probably okay. It lets you get there. Sundering Archaic, 6 mana, Converge. When this creature enters, exile target non-land permanent with opponent controls with mana value less than or equal to the number of colors mana spent to cast this creature. 6 mana, 3/3 is bad. Converge is bad. That effect's pretty good, and you can put cards from your graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library, so you can remove cards from your graveyard for lore hold, or put good things back into the library that you don't want your opponent to have. 6 mana, 3/3. Like I said, I think a 3 mana color would be kind of the sweet spot for a lot of these. I'll say 6+ because it's got some removal and useful ability stapled onto it, but I'm not a big fan of these costing more than 5 either. Transcendent Archaic, 7 mana, 6/6 with Vigilance. Fine, not exciting. When this creature enters, you may draw X cards or X of them, blah, 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 blah. If you draw 1 or more cards this way, discard 2 cards. So you have to do 3. Otherwise, 1 is bad, 2 is bad. Or it's just looting at the very least. 3 at least is card advantage. Yeah, 7 mana Vigilance 6/6 is not really that good, but the draw card on 3 or more colors could be good. I'm evaluating these at 3 or more colors. Obviously better if you hit 5, but hitting 5 is probably not going to be that easy. Diary of Dreams. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, put a page counter on this artifact. Pay 5, tap, draw cards, cost 1 less to activate. I feel like this was an effect we've had before, but not bad. I think this is fairly easy to turn on and fairly easy to activate, but it's probably going to take a little while to get there to draw. So play this turn 2, 3 turns later you can pay 2 to draw things. Okay. Page Loose Leaf. This one's so weird. This is a legendary artifact creature for 2 mana, a 0/2 that taps to add 1 colorless, which is terrible for Converge. Discard another card named Page Loose Leaf. Reveal cards on top of your library until you reveal an instant or sorcery card. Put that card into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. So it's a mana rock dork, and it rewards you for discarding extra copies of it to get instant or sorceries. I do like it. If you're able to draft several of these, that suddenly becomes quite strong. To just filter your stuff out pretty easily. Mage Tower Referee, 2 mana, 2/1 artifact creature construct. Whenever you cast a multicolored creature, or spell I should say, put a counter on this creature. C-. There are a lot of monocolored creatures here. There are a lot of multicolored stuff, but they're not all in one color either. Potioner's Trove, 3 mana. It's a manolith with gain 2 life. Activate only if you cast an instant or sorcery spell. They put a lot of these in. Oh, I put... Whoops. I meant to put Mage Tower's Referee there. Mana Rock is helpful for Converge, helpful for 3 colors. Life is helpful a little bit to everybody, but better for green black, so it's like a D plus. Biblioplex Tombkeeper. When this creature enters, choose one. Target creature becomes prepared. Target creature becomes unprepared. It's pretty funny to turn off somebody else's one. A 4 mana 3/4 is fine, not special. Preparing your own unprepared creature, like the fucking lightning bolt one that doesn't come prepared like every other fucking one does. I would call this a C, and turning off somebody else's stuff is pretty funny. Rancorous Archaic. It's weird that these are all angry in this set. Because they were pretty peaceful looking in the last one. I don't know why they're all pissed off this time. 5 mana, Trample Reach. Creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each color mana spent to cast it. 7/7 Trample Reach for 5 is great. 5 mana 2/2 Trample Reach is terrible. I'm assuming 3 again is going to be easiest for everybody to hit. So a 5/5 Trample Reach. Okay. That's fine. Not going to put it too high, though, because I think, again, it's a little rough. Okay, so 2 or more other lands is nice. I would pretty happily play all of these. Deathcap Glade, let's call it the late lands. C+, yeah, I like having color as options. I think all of those go there. Dreamer, yeah, that's sort of okay. And I think this is, some of these are new cycles. Petrifying Hamlet, Shadow Sky. They have Deathcap Glade. I think Deathcap Glade is the only one I know out of this one, so these might be new, the rest of them. Let me just finish putting the rest of them up there. Stormcarved Coast. Great Hall of the Biblioplex. Gold land. You can tap to add a colorless or pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color spent to cast an instant or sorcery spell. You can pay 5 if this isn't a creature. It becomes a 2/4 wizard with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, this gets +1/+0 till end of turn. It's still a land. It is a creature permanently. That's interesting. I feel like they're doing that more too. This is probably a little stronger than the rest of them, just because it lets you fix for colors if you're in a multicolor deck. Playing it as a 2/4 wizard is probably not super relevant, but Petrified Hamlet. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Choose a land card name is weird, and then lands with the chosen name have this. I don't know what you would target in this, because all the land abilities primarily are land mana abilities. Because like saying forest and making them only tap for colors would be crazy good. Instead, these are all tap for this. I guess you could turn this off, or one of the other lands like Library of Alexandria or something. But you know, it's not relevant. Maybe you turn off this thing, I guess. Sky Coach Waypoint. The target creature comes prepared thing. That's actually important. That's a B for me. But it's going to be tight in multicolored stuff. Terramorphic Exchange. You're just fine. What the fuck are these? Oh, the Surveil ones, right. Terramorphic Expanse. Solid C+. Fix what you need. Forum of Amity. Yeah, these are all fine. I'm not a big fan of Pay for Surveil 1, but it doesn't sacrifice the land, and they enter tapped, so I'm going to call them C's. I mean, like, it's nice to have the Surveil stapled onto it, and it doesn't sacrifice it, so it's pretty okay that way. I like these lands a lot, actually. They're very as Cam put it, it's like, oh, this is what the Avatar lens meant to be, I guess. I like the looks though, nice and bright, colorful, and very symbolic. Is there anything I am missing? Get the fuck out of here. Amortization. That thing's the serialized one? Oh, of course it is. It's clearly the one everybody wants. I think there was a spellbook land that they didn't have listed on here before. Oh, some of the commander cards. That's where Killian is. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Special guest is what I was looking for. Where's the special guest? My blind showcase. I like the art for these a lot. Commander. Special guest, there we go. So the Library of Leng is shown there, but it wasn't in this. But this had the Library of Alexandria, and this didn't have that. So I don't know what's up with that. Maybe they just missed one. But Library of Leng would be like a C to me. Maybe like a D, I think, actually. Pretty much in the same spot as Library of Alexandria. All right, there we go. Reviewed. Big set. Let's just refresh it. Maybe they added a card or two that I missed. Nope. Looks good. So yeah, yeah, obviously the multicolor stuff's the most powerful because that's the goal of this set. But there are a couple ones that stand out as really strong, particularly the blue stuff and Prismari and the black and white stuff. Silvercroft Dragons. Witherbloom and some of the other ones I think are a little bit weaker. But yeah, they are quite strong, especially all of the copy, Cascade, etc. ones. Lorehold, a little less. Witherbloom, probably the weakest of these, but I think will be probably the most easy one to use effectively because you just get cheaper spells and you get pests and then you get cheaper spells and blah 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 blah. But other than that, they're pretty balanced. I feel like Red had a lot of good stuff, but also it was kind of like weaker in the top end. Yeah, so their big spells were worse, but their good spells were on average better, I think. So it's a weird spot to put this in. It's hard to rank the colors. Personally, I think the weakest house, or whatever you want to call it, is the blue-green one, because it's just a lot of X spells, a lot of tokens that cost more than they should. I think Lorehold is probably very strong, but hard to set up properly. They generate a lot of 2/2s and 3/3s pretty easily. And the exile card from the graveyard stuff is not that easy to set up well, because you have to put stuff in the graveyard, and then you have to have effects that remove stuff from the graveyard, and then you have to have things that care about stuff being removed from the graveyard. So it's a lot more setup, but I think their effects are stronger to be there compared to the blue-green, which is just like, I have a 1/1, and I can now cast a 6/6 for 8. It's like, okay. Big stompy idiot stuff for the smart math team is really funny to me. I think Silver Quill is probably going to be some of the strongest ones, because I think their stuff is repeatable and effective with lots of flyers, and strong, cheap removal between the two colors is really good. Um, Secondary, I think the Witherbloom stuff will probably be quite effective because, again, like I said, it's very simple. Gain life, put more bodies out, sacrifice bodies, get cards, do stuff, go forwards. Very straightforward effects that I think are easy and usable. And then the Prismari, I think, is weaker, but has a way higher ceiling, doing crazier shit. Like, if you're playing some of the good big spells where you're like, okay, I play this thing, and now my land's tapped for 7. So I play this 6 mana spell, I get 5 mana back. I play another 5 mana spell that turns all my things into 10/10s, and they all have haste and unblockable. It's like, okay, Jesus Christ. Higher ceiling, lower floor. Silver Quill is very middle ground. Quandrix is really big and really big idiots, and they don't have a lot of flexibility, annoyingly. Lower hold, complicated to set up, but stronger stuff, I think, is fair. Witherbloom is simpler stuff, lower ceiling. Lower floor, lower ceiling. But easier to trigger and repeat stuff. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to go with it. But yeah, it should be fun. I liked the last one a lot, and I really like all of the spellbook arts in this one. So I think I'll make another couple pages in my one of my binders there to pair up the regular one and the Japanese ones together if I can get them. So fingers crossed I get some cool stuff. Maybe I'll get like a Force of Will bonus sheets, Cyclonic Rift, or Force of Will, Winds of Abandon, Bitter Triumph, Vampiric Tutor. Yeah, there's a lot of pretty good big hits here. Triumph of the Horde's probably pretty valuable for a little while. Nothing like crazy valuable in the non-blue colors, but still pretty good stuff across the board. Oh, that Living End looks really nice too. Yeah, I love all of these arts this time. They're all very like contrasty and chunky and geometric in nice ways. And then the Japanese ones just look amazing. So yeah, there's a lot of good fun stuff in here, and I think a lot of these will be pretty valuable too. So I would love to collect a full set of both of them. I'm still missing a few in my previous Strixhaven one, so I might make a point to go just buy a couple of those, get some gilded versions of all of them. Cool. Ooh, it's a pretty nice one. Yeah, great art choices on these. Very, very good. Cool. All right. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a good night. Goodbye. I'll be back on tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing. And then on the weekend, I'm going to see if my buddy wants to, one of my new buddies, or not my new buddies, old buddy, but new Magic player wants to try coming out to Two-Headed Giant on the weekend. So if that's the case, I'll try to stream it with him, and we can go play Two-Headed Giant, or maybe I'll play by myself and stream it, and we'll see how it goes. But I would like to play this one. I like it a lot so far. So yeah, have a good night, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll definitely play some drafts on Miko. It's been a while since I played on there too. If I'm feeling like I'm confident with